Chapter 107. Novels with content that can't be found on the internet are available here. After being interrupted by little Jing Kong, the topic just now was not continued. 7 days later, Jiyu Jiao went to the medical center again. The medical center was cleared out again. Jiyu Jiao frowned. She forgot to tell them not to ruin the medical center's business last time. The young guard who was kicked up the tree by Jiyu Jiao last time had not arrived. He brought the other guards to clear out the medical center first. Jiyu Jiao was a little angry. Huichun Hall was the only medical center in town. Many patients came to see the doctor every day. If they were all kicked out, it would delay the patient's treatment. The man did not let Jiyu Jiao wait for long. He wore a bamboo hat and entered the medical center. There was a layer of gauze outside the bamboo hat, which covered his head appropriately. He could see outside, but the people outside could not see his face. The man greeted her with a pleasant expression. His tone was lighter than last time. Mrs. Medicine is really magical. My condition has not worsened. There was even a slight improvement. He did not say this for the time being. He was afraid that it was just his illusion. Jiyu Jiao was not in a hurry to see him. Instead, she said, in the future, you are not allowed to occupy the medical center. The medical center is not your private territory. You have no right to ask other patients to leave. The young guard gritted his teeth. What do you know? Do you know who my master is? Shut up. The man stopped the young guard. The young guard realized that he almost said something wrong and shut his mouth resentfully. Jiyu Jiao said lightly, I don't care who you are. In short, you are a patient here. All patients are treated equally. You are not judged by your status, but by the severity of your condition. The man slapped the table and said passionately, not judged by status, but by the severity of your condition. If all the doctors in Zhao country can be like you, why worry about not being able to cure the people? You are a woman, but you have such awareness. Take off your pants. Jiyu Jiao interrupted him. The corner of the man's mouth twitched. Couldn't he wait for him to finish flattering him? Jiyu Jiao began to examine him. All the servants had left, leaving only the doctor and the patient in the room. Even so, the man's face still turned red. On the other hand, Jiyu Jiao was extremely calm. The man finally couldn't help but ask with a red face, Miss, how can you be so calm? Jiyu Jiao said, Oh, I've seen a lot. Man. What kind of vicious words were these? The second injection today. Jiyu Jiao took out the penicillin. The fear of being injected surged into his heart, and the man panicked. Wait, can I? The man's body stiffened and he bit the blanket. The current dynasty's provincial examination was around the same time as the previous dynasties, in the 8th month. However, in order to get to the provincial capital early, some of the examinees from the more remote areas set off from their homes in the 6th month. Xiao Liulang was escorted by the Lin family's 1,000-mile horse carriage, so there was no need for him to be in such a hurry. However, he couldn't leave too late either. The two of them made breakfast in the kitchen. Jiyu Jiao asked Xiao Liulang, When do you plan on leaving? In 3 days. Xiao Liulang said. Is Feng Lin going as well? Yes, he's going as well. That's good. We'll have someone to look after on the road. Jiyu Jiao was at ease with Feng Lin's work. He might not take good care of himself, but he would definitely take good care of Xiao Liulang. Thinking of something, Jiyu Jiao asked, Will we pass by Song County? Song County was Feng Lin's hometown. Xiao Liulang, his mother, and his older brother had also lived in Song County. Xiao Liulang shook his head. No, the direction is different. If we go to the capital by water, we can pass by. Song County had a canal, and the imperial court had 2 major salt transportation routes. One of them was near Song County. Jiyu Jiao said, Oh. On New Year's Eve, Feng Lin's family had shed many tears. If he could go home, it would be very comforting. Jiyu Jiao said, Then I wish him success in the provincial examination. Next year, he'll go to the capital to take the exam. While he's there, he'll go home. These words had no hidden meaning, but Jiyu Jiao felt that something was wrong. How could she forget that Principal Li had told her that Xiao Liulang did not want to go to the capital to take the exam? She had never tried to persuade him to do anything. He had his own life and his own choices. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was the day that Xiao Liulang left for the provincial capital. Steward Ju had rushed the carriage to the village early. He knew that they needed to load the luggage, so he had the carriage stop in front of Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's door. The Lin family was the richest family in the provincial capital and was the overlord of the salt transportation. Their family's carriage was even more luxurious than the marquis's. There were 4 tall and powerful horses that were taller than a grown man. According to the rules, merchants were not allowed to enjoy such a high-standard carriage. This was a privilege given to the Lin family by the imperial family. The carriage was large enough, and there was even a soft couch inside. It was an ancient caravan. Jiyu Jiao was quite satisfied with sitting in this carriage to go to the provincial capital. There were many people in the village who came to watch the fun, but they did not dare to approach because of the guards and the horses. Only Go Wa, who always grew grass next door, did not fear the tiger. He climbed onto the carriage with all his might. Xue Ningxiang awkwardly wanted to carry him down, but Go Wa refused. Steward Ju smiled and said, "It's fine. Let him sit on the carriage. Just make sure he doesn't fall." Xue Ningxiang understood that she was riding on the coattails of her neighbors. She was a young widow in the village and had been looked down upon by many people behind her back. Sometimes, people were not evil, but the environment was cruel. When evil became a custom, good people would also raise their butcher's knife. But today, she, a young widow who was looked down upon by others, could openly sit in the carriage with her son in her arms, which the villagers did not dare to approach. She suddenly felt a sense of exultation and elation. They were going to be back for a long time, so Jiyu Jiao prepared a lot of luggage for them. Feng Lin jumped off the carriage to help her carry the luggage, and listened to her explain what was in each bag. Little Jing Kong found his brother-in-law and started a conversation with him. The location was still the latrine. Xiao Liulang was speechless. What was the little monk's weird habit? Did he have to take off his pants to talk to people? Little Jing Kong sat on his small toilet bowl majestically. Those who did not know him would think that he was sitting on the dragon throne. He was very domineering. He said seriously, "You are going to leave home again. This time, you will be away for a long time. Take care of yourself and don't let the family worry." Xiao Liulang did not want to hear the little trumpet girl's voice at this time. Little Jing Kong continued, "Also, you are a mature examinee. Don't rely on others to motivate you. You must learn to be the first in the exam." Xiao Liulang was speechless. "Are you the one who helps me to be the first in the exam every time? Okay, stop talking so much. Take care." After saying that, little Jing Kong stretched out his little hand, intending to pat his brother-in-law's shoulder like an elder. However, he forgot that he was sitting on the small toilet bowl, so he only patted Xiao Liulang's butt. Xiao Liulang turned his head to look at the little hand that was grabbing his butt. He was speechless. There were no classes in the private school today. Jiyu Yang was a person who liked to sleep in, but he still asked Jiyu Xiaoshun to wake him up and get up to say goodbye to his brother-in-law. Then he went back to his room to sleep. "Is this all?" Feng Lin took the last bag and asked Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao nodded. "Yes, this is Liulang's food. I also made some pickles for you to eat on the way." "Okay." Feng Lin happily went to the kitchen to get the pickles. Seeing him come out with a big jar of pickles, Steward Ju thought to himself that the Lin family was the richest family in the provincial capital. How could they lack good food? Not long after Steward Ju tasted the pickles, he began to complain that Feng Lin did not bring 2 more jars. This time, they were really done packing. Jiyu Jiao sent Xiao Liulang to the carriage. Seeing that the carriage was about to leave, Madame Ju and Jiyu Dashun, who had not appeared for many days, rushed over. "Jiaonyang, Jiaonyang." Madame Ju changed her usual cold face and put on an extremely flattering smile. "Are you going to the provincial capital?" While talking, Madame Ju and Jiyu Jiao had already arrived in front of Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Dashun was a little reluctant to come over. Holding the bag, he was a dozen steps behind them. Xiao Liulang frowned slightly. Jiyu Jiao lowered the curtain, indicating that he did not need to come down. Jiyu Jiao turned to look at Madame Zhu. What are you doing here? Hey, look at what you're saying. My nephew's son-in-law is going to the provincial capital to take the exam. How can I not send him off? Look, this is a little gift from eldest aunt. As Madame Zhu spoke, she handed a basket of eggs to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao knew what she was up to and did not reach out to take it. Madame Zhu was embarrassed. She gave her husband a look. Jiyu Jiao coughed lightly and said to Jiyu Jiao, Jiaonyang, the journey to the provincial capital this time is long. Liulang's legs are inconvenient. Why don't we let Da Shun go with him? They can take care of each other on the way. Who will take care of whom? Jiyu Jiao asked bluntly. Even if Xiao Liulang was a little cripple, he usually did more work than Jiyu Dashun, who was able-bodied. Jiyu Dashun was spoiled since he was young. He did not know anything other than studying. He would be a burden if they brought him along. Jiyu Zhonghai choked. He was Jiyu Daxian's biological father. How could he not understand that Jiyu Dashun could not take care of himself when he left home? His clothes in the academy were brought home to be washed. If not, how could he beg Jiyu Jiao to let Xiao Liulang bring him along? Originally, Jiyu Zhonghai planned to bring Jiyu Dashun to the provincial capital himself. But life was hard at home and they could not afford the travel expenses of two people. He also heard that Xiao Liulang was tutoring people recently. The other party was from a wealthy family in the provincial capital and did not lack money. With Da Shun's help, not only did they save on travel expenses, they also did not have to fork out money for food and clothing. He advised earnestly, Jiaonyang, eldest uncle has wronged you in the past, but your eldest brother has never offended you, right? Your eldest brother is focused on his studies and does not know about our grievances. He has never interfered. Your parents doted on your eldest brother so much when they were alive. How can you bear to see your eldest brother suffer? Jiyu Sanlang and his wife did dote on Jiyu Dashun when they were alive. But how did Jiyu Dashun, who was loved by them, treat Jiyu Jiao's mother? When Jiyu Jiao's mother was bullied, did Jiyu Dashun stand up for his sister? In that dream, Jiyu Dashun even framed his own brother-in-law, Xiao Liulang, for his own selfish reasons. He did not do so in the end, not because he found his conscience, but because Jiyu Jiao intervened. So even if the grievances between Jiyu Jiao and the elders were ignored, Jiyu Dashun was definitely not innocent. Jusha helped, that's right, Jiaonyang. Just let them bring Da Shun along. Look at how spacious this carriage is. One more person won't be a problem, just let Da Shun sit for a while. The coffin underground is also quite spacious. Why don't you go in and lie down? The matriarch casually walked out. The villagers laughed. Liulang's grandaunt's eloquence really did not disappoint. Jusha almost choked on her words. How can you say that? The matriarch spread her hands. I use my mouth to speak. Could it be that you use your butt? Jusha was so angry that she fell backward. The villagers laughed until they fell down. She was mocking Jusha for her nonsense. But Jusha was also to blame for digging her own grave. Did she not know that there was no joke in the world that the matriarch could not answer? In any case, she was the champion of the last imperial harem. The 3,000 concubines in the harem were all obedient to her. What was a mere Jusha to her? He's not even a child of your Jiyu family. Why are you still blaming us? The matriarch pointed at Jiyu Dashun, who was not far away. If you really want to bring him along, it's fine. But let's make things clear first. Liulang's legs are not good. He's not going to be Liulang's boss. He's going to take care of Liulang. Jiyu Zhonghai politely said, Of course. Of course. It was fine as long as he could get on the carriage. If he really went to Da Shun and did not take care of Liulang, could Liulang chase Da Shun away? Scholars valued their reputation the most. If Xiao Liulang really dared to do this, they would go to the Yamen and make a fuss. They would ruin Xiao Liulang's reputation. The matriarch said, Words are no proof. I'll write it down. Xiaoshun, bring me a pen. Jiyu Xiaoshun went to the west room to get a pen. The matriarch said slowly, Write it down clearly. Jiyu Dashun will wake up at 3 o'clock every day to buy breakfast for Liu Lang, iron his clothes, wake Liu Lang up, help Liu Lang take off his clothes, wash his face, and rinse his mouth. He has to personally deliver everything to Liu Lang. He has to wash Liu Lang's clothes and empty Liu Lang's chamber pot. Jusha's expression changed drastically. Why is there a chamber pot? The matriarch ignored her and continued, when the weather is hot, he has to fan Liu Lang. When there are too many mosquitoes, he has to kill mosquitoes for Liu Lang. He can only sleep when Liu Lang is asleep. If Liu Lang wakes up in the middle of the night, he has to wake up. In short, he has to unconditionally satisfy any request of our Liu Lang. Also, he is not allowed to talk back. He is not allowed to be disobedient. Otherwise, Liu Lang can beat him. You. Jusha was so angry that her heart hurt. She almost leaned on Jiyu Zhonghai. However, Jiyu Zhonghai's expression was not much better than hers. Mrs. Ju burst into tears and snot. My fellow villagers, please be the judge. How is this taking care of him? He is clearly ordering our Da Shun servants around. The matriarch looked innocent. Her? This is a servant. You have been treating the orphan of the third branch like this for so many years. I thought that your Jiyu family likes to take care of people like this. No matter how thick-skinned Jusha was, she couldn't stand it anymore. She left Jiyu Jiao's house with her husband and son in disgrace. Jiyu Jiao lifted the curtain of the window and handed a money bag to Xiao Liu Lang. I put some broken silver and banknotes in it. There were 10 taels of silver and 100 taels of banknotes. In fact, the card of the bank was also in it, but it was sewn secretly. Xiao Liu Lang nodded, took the money bag and said to her, "Let's go." "Okay." Jiyu Jiao nodded and watched him leave the village. When the carriage disappeared at the entrance of the village, she turned and went into the house. Jiyu Jiao looked at the empty West house. Oh, he really left. As soon as she finished speaking, she sensed a shadow suddenly appear on the ground. She turned her head in a daze and saw Xiao Liu Lang appear at the door for some reason. "Why are you back?" she asked with her eyes wide open. Xiao Liu Lang stared deeply at her. "I left something behind." Jiyu Jiao watched him walk towards her and a series of little red hearts suddenly flashed through her mind. Was it me? Was it me? Was it me? Did he leave me behind? Jiyu Jiao looked at him with blinking eyes. Then, he walked past Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao, Xiao Liu Lang came out of the West House with a certificate for the provincial examination in his hand. Without this, you can't enter the examination room. Jiyu Jiao opened the door expressionlessly. Take care. I won't see you out. Xiao Liu Lang looked at her and a light flashed in his eyes. After he left the house, he suddenly stopped. If I said that no matter what the final result is, I won't go to the capital for the examination, would you still think that I need to go to the provincial examination? Yes. Jiyu Jiao said firmly as she looked at his back. I hope that you won't go to the capital in the future because you choose not to go, not because you don't have the qualifications to go. Xiao Liu Lang clenched his fists and a complicated look flashed through his eyes. Then Jiyu Jiao smiled, if there's trouble or danger, I'll protect you. He didn't mean that, but Xiao Liu Lang's chest inexplicably filled with a strange emotion. This time, he really left on the road. Jiyu Jiao returned to the West House and found that there was an extra envelope on the table. Jiyu Jiao opened it and a matching card of the bank fell out. You found it so quickly. Dropping the examination card was a lie, but returning the matching card of the bank was real, right? There was also a small note in the envelope. Jiyu Jiao could recognize quite a few words by now. She opened it and saw the words written in clear handwriting. Don't live in the Lin family, don't be jealous. The word jealous was written in a particularly bold and forceful manner. Jiyu Jiao frowned strangely. Why did she feel a little smug from the plain handwriting? Chapter 108. Jiyu Jiao went to the medical center. Today was the day of the follow-up visit with the mysterious person. The other party had been waiting at the Huichun Hall for a long time. This time, he didn't let people clear the medical center. Jiyu Jiao came a little late to see Xiao Liu Lang off, so she made the other party wait for a long time. The young guard's face was completely dark. Humph, you're the first person who dares to make my master wait. Jiyu Jiao spread her hands. Oh, I'm honored. The young guard turned his face away. Jiyu Jiao entered the side room. The man wore a bamboo hat with a veil that covered his face, but his noble temperament couldn't be concealed. He was still guarded by two effeminate servants. After seeing Jiyu Jiao a few times, the servants were already used to her rudeness. When they saw Jiyu Jiao sitting down without even greeting their master, they could only criticize her in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything sarcastic. There was no other reason. Their master's illness was really cured by this little girl. Jiyu Jiao gave him a total of 3 injections of benzathine penicillin, one every 7 days. The last one was done last month. Today, he came for a follow-up visit. Jiyu Jiao took his pulse and examined him. I'm cured, right? The man's voice couldn't hide his joy. Jiyu Jiao took off her gloves and said to him, You seem to be recovering well, but you need 2 years before you can be considered completely cured. It's not suitable for a follow-up visit. Ah! The man was silent. Jiyu Jiao noticed that his mood was different from a few days ago. What's wrong? You can't follow up. The man smiled and said, To be honest, I have to leave. Oh! Jiyu Jiao was not surprised. Given his accent, Jiyu Jiao knew that he was not a local. He might not even be a native of Yuzhou province. He came from a place further away. As for the specific location, Jiyu Jiao could not guess. The man said amiably, However, I believe that I have been cured by Miss. May I take the liberty to ask, Miss? Your medical skills are so brilliant, where did you learn them from? Jiyu Jiao said, I have many teachers. This was the truth. In her previous life, she had studied medicine at a university and a research institute. After that, she had entered the research institute. There were indeed many teachers who had taught her. The man was not someone who did not have good eyesight. Since Jiyu Jiao was not willing to talk about this topic, he did not pursue the matter any further. He said, Many thanks to Miss for curing my illness. I came here today for another matter. I hope that I can solemnly thank Miss. You've already paid the consultation fee, so there's no need to thank me. Jiyu Jiao was halfway through her sentence when she saw the man take a brocade box from a servant and place it on the table. That brocade box was clearly not an ordinary item. Jiyu Jiao seamlessly changed the topic, If you really want to give me a gift of thanks, then I can only reluctantly accept it. The servants simply couldn't bear to watch. You, if you have the ability, then have some backbone. Continue to say that you don't want it. The man gave a tolerant smile and pushed the brocade box to Jiyu Jiao's hand. Jiyu Jiao opened it and saw that it was an exquisite jade folding fan. Jiyu Jiao held the fan in her hand. It was slightly cold to the touch, and the jade was clear. It was truly a good fan. Do you like it? The man asked. Jiyu Jiao had a hesitant expression. The servants were dumbfounded. No way, a fan made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. She didn't even like it. If you don't like it, you can exchange it for something else. The man gently said. Oh, then do you have a fan made of gold? Jiyu Jiao asked. The servants couldn't help but tremble. You really don't know how to be polite. You want to exchange it for gold, but is gold worth as much as it? Country people really don't know much. The man smiled and said, I don't have a gold fan, but I have other gold things here. After saying that, he called one of the servants over and whispered a few words in his ear. The servant's eyes widened. Master, this is not appropriate, right? That is. The man didn't treat the servant as nicely as he treated Jiyu Jiao. Just take it. Why are you talking so much nonsense? After going to Jiangnan, I found that you have other abilities. You are more talkative. Yes. The servant didn't dare to neglect. He glared at Jiyu Jiao with hidden bitterness and went to the carriage to take a new small box. It was actually a Huarong road made of pure gold. Huarong road was a kind of ancient intellectual toy. Many shops sold it, but it was all made of wood. Jiyu Jiao saw a gold one for the first time. It was fun and sparkling. Little Jing Kong would definitely like it. Jiyu Jiao nodded with satisfaction. The man looked at her serious little face and finally had a little expression. He couldn't help but laugh. Miss, do you like gold or Huarong road? Jiyu Jiao said, "It's not me who likes it. It's my younger brother who likes it." The man smiled. "Miss, you have a younger brother?" Jiyu Jiao pointed with her fingers, "Not one, but 3. Man, then it doesn't seem good to only give one." The man gave Jiyu Jiao 2 more gifts. The servants at the side all felt their master's pain. "Why didn't you say it was good? Didn't you kill the conversation? Had he dug his own grave? There was no one to talk about it. It was you who cared about your face." When Jiyu Jiao left the medical center, there were 3 more luxurious gift bags in the small basket. The man cupped his hands at Jiyu Jiao at the gate of Huachan Hall. "Miss, we will meet again." Jiyu Jiao glanced at him. "We will meet again. What's wrong with you?" After that, she carried the small basket and disappeared into the crowd without looking back. The servant was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Master, look at her." The man was also a little startled. After all, no one dared to talk to him like that for many years. But he was in a good mood after he understood and laughed. "Yes, what's wrong with me? Why do I want to see a doctor? Isn't it good to be healthy? Master, it's time to go back to the capital. Let's go." After Jiyu Jiao left Huachan Hall, she set off for the only iron shop in town. This iron shop had been open for more than 20 years and could be considered an old shop. Jiyu Jiao had just walked to the door when she heard the sound of iron being hammered. The iron shop's business was very good. The blacksmiths were so busy that their feet didn't touch the ground. There was no counter in the shop. Jiyu Jiao called a waiter and asked, "I ordered iron here last month. Today is the day of delivery." The waiter carried a heavy basket of iron ore and shouted into the hall, "Old Wang, someone is here to pick up the goods." "Coming, coming." A blacksmith drenched in sweat hurriedly ran out. He had a handkerchief around his neck. He wiped the sweat off his face with the handkerchief and looked at Jiyu Jiao. "Who wants to pick up the goods?" "You." Last time, it was Huachan Hall's coachman who ordered the goods, so the old blacksmith didn't recognize her. Jiyu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement and handed the cards to him. There weren't many scholars in ancient times and not many blacksmiths were literate. Therefore, they used matching cards. Each pair of cards had a corresponding number on it. Based on the number, one would know which batch of goods it was. "You haven't finished this," the old blacksmith said with a frown. Jiyu Jiao said, "But last time, you said you would pick up the goods today." The old blacksmith used the handkerchief to wipe his sweat and said, "But it really isn't finished. We can't do anything about it." "How much longer will it take?" Jiyu Jiao asked. "This." The old blacksmith thought for a moment. 1 or 2 months. Jiyu Jiao was puzzled. "That long? I didn't ask for too many farm tools, right?" The old blacksmith sighed and said, "It's not yours. Last month, my shop received a job before yours. It's about 1,000 pieces of ironware for mining iron ore. How can a small blacksmith shop like ours make it in time? We're still short of half. We don't have enough manpower and we don't have enough furnaces. Old Wang, it's time to forge." One of the blacksmiths shouted from inside. "Hey, coming." The old blacksmith shouted into the shop and then turned to Jiyu Jiao and said, "Miss, you should come back next month to take a look." Jiyu Jiao didn't want to wait that long. Even if everyone in the iron shop didn't sleep or rest, it would still take at least a month, unless they used the imperial court's water pipes, but that would still take 20 days. "I'm not joking." The old blacksmith expressed his disbelief. "If I do it, then what?" The old blacksmith crossed his arms and looked down at her. "If you do it, then I'll make your iron for free and won't charge you a single copper coin. Not only that, I'll also take care of all your iron in the future. I won't take a single coin from you." Jiyu Jiao seriously thought about it and felt that this deal was feasible. "All right, I agree." The old blacksmith pouted. "What do you mean you agree? You're bragging to the heavens." Jiyu Jiao quickly finished drawing and nodded her head in satisfaction. "It should be like this. Go and find a carpenter later." The old blacksmith's mouth opened wide. "What?" Jiyu Jiao rolled up her sleeves. "Don't be in a daze. If you keep on being in a daze, you won't be able to finish your iron." After saying this, Jiyu Jiao stood up and put the charcoal pencil back into her purse. Then she washed her hands and turned around to leave. The old blacksmith's face was filled with confusion. This can't be, right? Was this little girl toying with him? How could she understand these things? But for some reason, the old blacksmith thought of the other person kneeling on the ground and calmly drawing. He still went to call the carpenter next door. The carpenter was knowledgeable. After looking at the blueprint on the bluestone board, his eyes immediately changed. Who drew this? What's wrong? The old blacksmith asked strangely. The carpenter didn't answer his question. He knelt down and touched the blueprint on the ground with both hands as if he was looking at a treasure. However, he was afraid that he would touch it, so he didn't dare to touch it. This cautious look made the old blacksmith puzzled. The carpenter's eyes lit up. Without saying anything, he went back to the shop and grabbed a pen and paper. He knelt on the ground and began to copy the blueprint devoutly. He had a vague premonition that this might be the most amazing thing he had ever done in his life. The old blacksmith was confused. He stared at the blueprint on the bluestone board. What's going on? Can it really be made? Chapter 109. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. When Jiyu Jiao returned home, Jiyu Yang was already awake. He was sitting in the living room with the old lady and eating sweet and sour eggs. Seeing Jiyu Jiao enter the room, the old lady quickly pushed the sweet and sour eggs in front of Jiyu Yang. She said righteously, "I said I won't eat it. You have to be filial to me." Jiyu Yang was speechless. Who was the one who took away half of his sweet and sour eggs? The sweet and sour eggs were made by Xuaningxiang. Of course, the old lady didn't show up. She just encouraged Jiyu Yang to ask for it. Xuaningxiang couldn't resist Jiyu Yang's charm. She cooked a big bowl for him without hesitation. Little Jing Kong and Jiyu Xiaoshan also had a small bowl each. Jiyu Xiaoshan ate quickly. He had already returned to his room to study his wood carving. Little Jing Kong was still practicing on the tree trunk. He hadn't started eating yet. Jiyu Jiao decisively confiscated the old lady's sweet and sour eggs. In fact, the old lady who had already eaten half a bowl wiped her mouth and returned to her room. "As long as I eat fast enough, Jiao Jiao won't be able to catch me." Jiyu Jiao gave the 3 gifts from the man to her 3 younger brothers. She didn't need to ask, and the 3 of them accurately found what they liked. Little Jing Kong picked up the shiny golden Huarong Dao and couldn't put it down. Jiyu Yang picked a jade thumb ring made of 1,000-year-old cold jade. It was better than the original one. Jiyu Xiaoshan got a dagger that could cut iron like mud. This dagger was smaller than a normal dagger. It was easy to carry and could be used as an excellent carving knife. The 3 of them were very happy. Xuaningxiang was helping Jiyu Jiao clean up the backyard. Xuaningxiang often came over to help. In return, Jiyu Jiao would help Xuaningxiang to work in the fields. Occasionally, the old lady would help Xuaningxiang to look after the children. The main reason was that Go Wa was a man of few words. If you gave him a candied fruit, he would lick it for the whole morning. The old lady's ears were very quiet, so she naturally felt that Go Wa was easy to take care of. Little Jing Kong, "Great aunt, you're eating the candied plums again." "Jiao Jiao. Great aunt is eating candied plums again. She already ate 5 today." Little Jing Kong, who caught the old lady right after he finished practicing, thought, "Great aunt is too naughty. I told you not to eat, but you always secretly eat." The old lady's hands trembled. "Stinky little monk, Xuaningxiang came here today to look for Jiyu Jiao. Jiao Niang, Go Wa's second uncle, sent us a letter again. Help me read it." Xuaningxiang handed a folded envelope to Jiyu Jiao. Ever since Jiyu Jiao learned how to read from Xiao Liulang, Xuaningxiang didn't ask Xiao Liulang to read the letter. Jiyu Jiao opened the letter and glanced at it. "Hey, what's wrong?" Xuaningxiang asked. Jiyu Jiao said, "Oh, this letter is different from the previous one. It seems to be written by Go Wa's second uncle himself." Xuaningxiang's eyes lit up. "Really? His second uncle also knows how to write?" Jiyu Jiao looked at her proud face and didn't have the heart to tell her how she could tell that it was written by himself. It was because his handwriting was too ugly. It was even uglier than her calligraphy. Moreover, the words he used were very immature. It was at the level of a primary school student. However, it was still able to express the meaning clearly. The letter said that Go Wa's second uncle was promoted and became the Deputy General's personal guard. Although he was only a small soldier, it was still a great honor to be able to follow the Deputy General. However, because of this, his original plan to visit his family this year would have to be cancelled. He would have to follow the Deputy General back to the capital to report on his work. The Deputy General only brought 100 personal guards. He is one of them. It's a rare opportunity, Jiyu Jiao said. However, these words didn't comfort Xueningsiang. Xueningsiang's expression darkened. After Go Wa's father passed away, the person my mother missed the most was Go Wa's second uncle. My mother hoped day and night that he would come back to see her. When she heard that he might pass by our village this year, my mother was so happy that her old leg almost recovered. Now that he isn't coming back, how do you want me to explain this to my mother? Xueningsiang was only 2 years older than Jiyu Jiao. In her previous life, she would still be a young high school student. Now, she was already a sister-in-law, mother, and daughter-in-law. Jiyu Jiao didn't know how to comfort her. She continued to read, Go Wa's second uncle also sent you some money. He said that your birthday is coming soon and wants you to use the money to buy 2 sets of jewelry. It's a total of 20 taels. Xueningsiang worriedly said, why did he send so much money? Did he not eat properly? He gave all the money to the family. Jiyu Jiao knew how to comfort her. Don't worry. He won't starve in the military camp. It's just that he doesn't have anywhere to spend the money, so he sent it all back. Xueningsiang slightly relaxed. Jiyu Jiao continued to read, Go Wa's second uncle said that he doesn't want you to farm anymore. The money he gave you is enough for you, your mother, and Go Wa to spend. You can rent the land to the villagers for a cheap price. Xueningsiang hurriedly said, how can that be? We have to save up the money and use it for him to get married in the future. Jiyu Jiao thought, a man wants to buy jewelry for you. Do you really not have any other thoughts? After lunch, Xueningsiang went to the bank to get the money. Go Wa hugged her thigh and refused to let go. Xueningsiang had no choice but to take Go Wa with her. There weren't many people in the bank. Xueningsiang waited for a little while before she received the 20 taels of silver. She put the money into the cloth bag, carried Go Wa on her back, and hugged the cloth bag in her arms. When she came out of the bank, she was bumped into by a young man who was dressed like a scholar. Do you have eyes? How can you walk? The scholar impatiently patted the arm that Xueningsiang bumped into. Xueningsiang embarrassedly apologized, I'm sorry. The scholar's companion said, forget it. Don't mind her. We still have to rush to the exam. We can't afford to be late. When she heard that she had to pay, Xueningsiang's face turned pale. Fortunately, the scholar was persuaded to leave by his companion. Xueningsiang breathed a sigh of relief. But soon, she found that there was something wrong with her cloth bag. It seemed to be a lot lighter. She hurriedly took out her bag and was instantly dumbfounded. Her 20 taels of silver were all gone. Xueningsiang thought of the scholar just now. The expression in her eyes changed and she chased after them. Wait. The 2 young men stopped in their tracks. The scholar who bumped into her turned around and looked at her impatiently. What are you doing? Xueningsiang gathered her courage and said, You stole my money. What? The scholar was puzzled. There was also a trace of shame and anger from being wrongly accused. Xueningsiang was originally a bully at home. She was amenable to the soft but afraid of the hard. If she really confronted 2 grown men, she was more or less afraid. But that was 20 taels of silver. It was such a large sum of money. Go Wa's second uncle risked his life to earn it. She couldn't let others steal it. It's you. She forced herself to gather her courage. I just came out of the bank. The whole way, I covered myself up tightly. Just now, I was bumped into by you, and the money was gone. The scholar rolled up his sleeves and was about to get angry. His companion pulled him back. What are you doing? Why are you arguing with an ignorant woman? The scholar snorted. It's not that I want to argue with her. She's the one who blackmailed me. His companion sighed. Forget it. The exam is more important. Don't pay attention to her. For your sake, I won't report it. The scholar snorted coldly and turned around to leave with his companion. Xuaningxiang rushed forward and grabbed the scholar's arm. Give me back my money. You're crazy. The scholar angrily stomped his feet and pushed her hand away. Xuaningxiang rushed over again. As the two of them pulled and pulled, the surrounding commoners surrounded them. The scholar indignantly said, You said that I stole your money. Can you show me the evidence? If you blackmail me again, I'll report it. Since you're a woman and you're carrying a child on your back, I thought you were honest. Don't you feel ashamed bringing a child to do such a despicable thing? You. Xuaningxiang's face turned green from his words. The surrounding people began to point at them. In today's world, men were superior to women. Moreover, everything was inferior except for studying. No one would believe that Xuaningxiang was a widow compared to a scholar. The scholar bitterly said, I'm kind and won't report it. First, because you're a woman. Second, because we're rushing to the provincial exam. We don't have time to argue with you. This is too much. How can she blackmail a student who's rushing to the exam? Does she have any conscience? Isn't that right? She studied hard for 10 years just to be blackmailed by her. Look at her. She's not a good person. The passers-by began to criticize Xuaningxiang. Xuaningxiang felt so wronged that tears came out of her eyes. She didn't blackmail them. She really lost the money. Go Wa was originally asleep, but he was also woken up by the noise. Seeing that he and his mother were surrounded by a group of people, he cried out in fear. Dean Li had just come out of the dessert shop and was about to go to the town's medical center when he heard a heart-wrenching cry. This voice was a bit familiar. Dean Li paused and then walked over. At this moment, Xuaningxiang was being criticized by everyone behind her back. No one believed what she said. Dean Li quickly recognized her. She was his beloved student's neighbor. Then he recognized Go Wa, the little fatty who called him father. Dean Li walked into the crowd. He was the dean of Qianxiang Academy. Even if he wasn't wearing the clothes of a teacher, his scholarly and noble aura could still suppress the crowd in an instant. What happened? He asked. Xuaningxiang was already sobbing. The scholar said, This little woman blackmailed me. Dean Li asked, What did she blackmail you about? The scholar angrily replied, She said I stole his silver. Dean Li asked again, Did you steal it? The scholar exploded, What are you talking about? Of course I didn't steal it. I already said that she blackmailed me. Didn't you hear me? An auntie who was watching the commotion said, That's right. The two of them are students who are going to the provincial capital to take the exam. They are really unlucky to be blackmailed by this woman. Dean Li looked at the two of them. Which private school are you from? The scholar straightened his back and said, We are from Qianxiang Academy. Dean Li's eyes slightly narrowed. Is that so? What are your names? Which class are you from? What does it have to do with you? The scholar impatiently asked. Dean Li faintly smiled. I am the dean of Qianxiang Academy. I don't remember the academy accepting you two as students. The scholar and his companions' faces changed. The surrounding people were shocked. Dean Li calmly said to a young man beside him, I'll have to trouble little brother to report this to the authorities. Just say that someone here is pretending to be a student of Qianxiang Academy to cheat and bully women and children. The two of them were making a lot of noise, but they didn't report it to the authorities. Now that he had reported it to the authorities, who was real and who was fake, it would be clear. The young man's mind was filled with one sentence. Dean Li is talking to me. Dean Li is talking to me. I'll have to trouble little brother. Dean Li gently said. The young man nodded solemnly and dashed toward the county office like a wisp of smoke. This was like a flood rushing against the Dragon King's temple. The scholar and his companion saw that the situation was not good, so they broke into a run. Dean Li calmly said, I'll have to trouble the two of you to stop them. His words didn't have the slightest hint of a command, but they were inexplicably convincing. The two men who were watching the commotion caught the two of them. My money! Xuening cried. Dean Li slightly nodded and walked forward. He searched the two of them and found Xuening money. Seeing the money that she had lost and then regained, Xuening cried and was excited. In the end, she burped. Many. Burp. Many thanks. Burp. Father. Go Wa saw Dean Li. Xuening was so shocked that she didn't even burp. This child was randomly recognizing a father again. Dean Li was a mature and experienced man. Of course, he wouldn't get angry over such a small matter. He had already asked the experienced teachers in the academy. When children first learned how to speak, they would call a woman mother and a man father. It wasn't a rare thing. Father. Go Wa wanted him to hug her. Xuening was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to hide in. You're injured. Dean Li saw the inch-long wound on her wrist. Blood was gushing out of it. She was so focused on getting the money back that she didn't notice that her wrist was cut by the other party's pendant. Dean Li politely said, "Give the child to me. The medical center is nearby. I'll take you to bandage it." Xuening hurriedly covered her wrist with her sleeve. No need. It's just a small injury. Dean Li sternly said, "You still need to see it. The weather is hot and it's easy to get infected." Xuening thought for a moment. "I'll go by myself. I'm also going to the medical center. It's just on the way," Dean Li said as he carried Go Wa, who kept reaching out to him. After Go Wa had a father, she didn't want her mother anymore. She wrapped her chubby little hands around Dean Li's neck and buried her head in his arms. Xuening was so embarrassed. The two of them went to the medical center one after the other. Dean Li sent his old mother to the medical center. The reason was that when the servant was cleaning the courtyard, he found that his old mother was eating mulberries and suddenly fainted on the rattan chair. Old Madam Li was old and it was very dangerous for her to be in such a situation. Dean Li couldn't wait to invite the doctor home and directly sent her over. In the end, the doctor said, "She's fine. Old Madam Li just fell asleep." Dean Li was speechless. He was worried that old Madam Li would be hungry when she woke up, so he hurriedly went to a nearby snack shop to buy some Osmanthus cakes that old people like to eat. After entering the medical center, Dean Li found a doctor to treat Xuening injuries. Go Wa was pressed down on the chair by Xuening. Dean Li gave Go Wa a piece of Osmanthus cake. Go Wa ate it heartily. As he ate, he looked up and realized that his father was gone. He climbed down from the chair and sneaked to find his father. In the end, he followed him into a side room. Old Madam Li slowly woke up. The moment she opened her eyes, she saw a little bean. The little bean was chubby, round, and cute. Old Madam Li waved at the little bean. Go Wa was timid and retreated in fear. Coincidentally, Dean Li walked out from behind the green screen cabinet. Little Go Wa rolled over and hugged his leg. Dad. Dad, ooh Dad. Old Madam Li looked at her son and then at the little bean. Her cloudy old eyes lit up. The Bodhisattva had appeared. She had a little grandchild. Because Jiyu Jiao was unwilling to return home, Marquis Jiyu and Jiyu Jinyu's return to the capital was delayed. Marquis Gu's original plan was to bring Yaro Shi and the twins back to the capital by the end of June at the latest. However, Yaro Shi and Jiyu Yang were both staying here because of Jiyu Jiao. This made Marquis Jiyu very vexed. Jiyu Jinyu was even more vexed. Consort Shu had promised to hold a grand hairpin ceremony for her and confer her the title of county princess during the hairpin ceremony. Being a county princess was a rare honor. As long as she became a county princess, even if the news that she was not the Jiyu family's flesh and blood spread, it would not be too degrading. But if she could not even return, how could she talk about a hairpin ceremony? Jiyu Jinyu was so anxious that a blister appeared on her mouth. Marquis Jiyu came to visit her. Seeing her so angry, he could not help but feel distressed. "How are you serving, young miss? The weather is so hot. Don't you know to cook fewer spicy dishes?" A young servant girl said, "Marquis, we're innocent. Young Miss's diet has been very light recently. Young Miss is angry because she is depressed." Jiyu Jinyu sighed. Don't speak nonsense. You can all leave. Yes. The servant girls left. Jiyu Jinyu said to Marquis Jiyu, Father, daughter is really fine. Marquis Jiyu frowned and said, Nonsense. You just have something on your mind. You haven't smiled recently. Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes. Daughter just misses grandmother. Grandmother is old and fell last year. Although she has recovered, her body is not the same as before. Daughter doesn't know how much more filial piety I can perform for grandmother. These words struck a chord in Marquis Gu's heart. Marquis Jiyu was usually filial. Furthermore, the old madam only had him and Consort Shu as her children. After Consort Shu entered the palace, the old madam rarely saw her. As a son, he could not attend to his mother. Just thinking about it made him feel unfilial. Marquis Jiyu frowned and decided to give Yarosha more trouble. Who knew that Yarosha's heart was as firm as a rock? If I don't go back, Yang-er won't go back either. Marquis Jiyu scared. Mother hasn't seen Yang-er in many years. Yarosha said, but she doesn't like Yang-er either. Marquis Jiyu retorted, when did mother not like Yang-er? Yang-er is her grandson. She dotes on him too much. But she did not dote on her 3 precious grandsons as much as she did on her previous 3. The previous Marchioness and the old madam were of the same clan. According to seniority, she called the old madam aunt. The marriage between the 2 families made them even closer. The old madam naturally doted on her children. In addition, her 3 sons had lost their mother early. The old madam's heart ached. Thirdly, the old madam looked down on Yarosha's birth. When Yarosha gave birth to the sick Jiyu Yang, the old madam felt that it was Yarosha's own illness that implicated the Jiyu family's descendants. At first, the old madam treated Jiyu Jinyu indifferently. However, Jiyu Jinyu was too outstanding and gave face to the Marquis Fu. Imperial concubine Shu also thought highly of her. Only then did the old madam gradually change her opinion of Jiyu Jinyu. Marquis Gu's rebuttal did not have much confidence. He cleared his throat and said, but Jinyu is about to become of age. How can mother not be at her side when she holds the ceremony? Yarosha said, then holding it in the villa is the same. Marquis Jiyu said, I can't always stay in the villa. If mother is here, father must also be here. Yarosha thought for a moment. How about you return to the capital first and come back on the day of your birthday? Marquis Jiyu, why was it so hard to kidnap his wife and children back to the capital? Marquis Jiyu used all kinds of tactics, but Yarosha refused to relent. Marquis Jiyu, what exactly will it take for you to return to the capital? Yarosha said seriously, if I return on Jiaojiao, I will return. Marquis Jiyu, how could that girl possibly return? Jiyu Jinyu came to deliver ginseng soup to Yarosha and inadvertently heard the 2's conversation outside the door. The young maidservant was also present. The young maidservant served Jiyu Jinyu and already knew about her and Jiyu Jiao's past. The young maidservant complained on behalf of her mistress, why did eldest young miss only return to the capital after madam? Could it be that second young miss is not madam's child? It was second young miss who has been filial to madam all these years. Madam is too biased. Jiyu Jinyu held the ginseng soup on the tray and did not speak. The young maidservant said, aggrieved, on such a hot day, second young miss personally went to the kitchen to make ginseng soup for madam. She even burned her hands. What did that eldest young miss do? She caused madam to be so biased. Don't say any more. She is my older sister. She has suffered a lot. It is only right that mother dotes on her. Jiyu Jinyu finished speaking and left with a gloomy expression. For a few days, no one in the manor mentioned returning to the capital. The villa seemed to have returned to its peaceful days. It was not until the end of the month that a carriage arrived at the villa that the many days of peace were broken. Marquis Jiyu put on his official robes and tidied up his appearance. He personally went to the entrance of the villa to welcome the arrival of the other party. Dozens of guards lined up in a row, and a young man dressed in white slowly walked down from a carriage pulled by 4 horses in the lead. The young man's clothes were as white as snow and he looked extremely noble. Marquis Gu flicked the wide sleeves of his official robes and stepped forward. He cupped his hands and bowed. This official greets Royal Prince An. The young man who was called Royal Prince and slightly raised his hand and said coldly and politely, Marquis Dingen does not need to be so courteous. My younger sister and I have traveled the world. This time, we are rushing back to the capital to take the examinations. We were passing by and suddenly came to disturb you. I hope Marquis Dingen will not take offense. Marquis Gu smiled. Royal Prince An is too serious. It is this official's honor for Royal Prince An and your younger sister to visit my humble home. The weather is hot. How about Royal Prince An and young Miss Zhuang move to the villa and speak inside? Royal Prince An nodded and slightly turned his head. He said to the carriage behind him, Why haven't you alighted yet? The curtain of the carriage was lifted and a mischievous little girl stuck her head out. Her eyes darted around as if she was curious. She then jumped down with the help of the servants. She came to Royal Prince An's side. Older brother, is this the villa with the hot spring? Greetings Marquis Dingen. Royal Prince An said to his younger sister. The little girl curled her lips and bowed to Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu's title was below Royal Prince An's. Although the little girl was his younger sister, she did not have a rank. According to the rules, she should have bowed to Marquis Gu. However, putting etiquette aside, the little girl's status was too high. Although she bowed due to her older brother's authority, her attitude was not very respectful. Marquis Gu smiled and acted as if he did not see anything. He amiably led the brother and sister into the villa. Royal Prince An nodded slightly. Madam Gu, Miss Gu. Miss Zhuang walked forward. You are Gu Jinyu? I know you. Gu Jinyu was slightly stunned. Yaro Shi and Marquis Gu also looked at Miss Zhuang in astonishment. Miss Zhuang raised her eyebrows and said, My fourth uncle praised your handwriting. He said that among people of the same age as me, your handwriting is the best. Miss Zhuang's fourth uncle was the provincial governor of Pingcheng Prefecture, Zhuangxian Ji. Miss Zhuang smiled coldly. Ha, bring me a pen. I want to compete with you. In any case, Miss Zhuang was the granddaughter of Grand Tutor Zhuang, and her uncle was the literary master, Provincial Governor Zhuang. It could be said that the Zhuang family was full of scholars and none of them were cowards. Why did Miss Zhuang turn a corner? Marquis Gu broke out in cold sweat. Daughter, didn't I tell you to give in to Miss Zhuang? Forget it, with such poor handwriting, there was no way he could give in. Miss Zhuang clapped her hands and arrogantly asked, How about it? Who won? Royal Prince An smiled faintly. Is there a need to ask? Naturally, you win. Marquis Gu was taken aback. How could he be so good at lying through his teeth? Gu Jinyu was also very surprised. Was Royal Prince An the kind of person who felt wronged by the truth? Miss Zhuang smiled proudly and was about to taunt Gu Jinyu when she heard Royal Prince An speak again. In terms of making a fool of yourself, who can compare to you? Miss Zhuang was stunned. Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu were also stunned. He was too disrespectful to his own sister. After Miss Zhuang recovered from her shock, she put her hands on her hips and stomped her feet. Brother, how could you say that about me? Royal Prince An calmly said, Even a 3-year-old's handwriting is better than yours. If you can't even see this, then it's not that your handwriting isn't good, it's that your brain isn't good. Miss Zhuang was choked until her face and neck turned red. Royal Prince An said, If you want to continue making a fool of yourself, then let's do it again. This time, do you want to compete in poetry, or do you want to take turns to lose to others in poetry? Miss Zhuang was so angry that she didn't want to bother with him anymore. She flung her sleeves and walked away angrily. Marquis Gu was embarrassed. Royal Prince An's way of teaching your sister is really original. Royal Prince An said unhurriedly, She's the youngest sister in the family. Her family has spoiled her. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Marquis. Marquis Gu laughed dryly. How can it be? How can it be? Miss Zhuang is delicate and lively. She's quite cute. Royal Prince An nodded slightly. It's getting late. I'll go rest first. See you tomorrow. Marquis Jiyu, Lady Yarrow, and Jiyu Jinyu bowed to him and respectfully sent him out. Watching his figure disappear into the night, Jiyu Jinyu murmured emotionally, "This Junwang is different from the other princes." Jiyu Jinyu often went to the palace to accompany Consort Shu and had seen many princes and princes. They were all not as outstanding as Royal Prince An, whether it was appearance, talent, or temperament. This kind of man, there was no woman in the world who could match him. Royal Prince An and Miss Zhuang were arranged to stay in the most elegant courtyard in the mountain villa. After Miss Zhuang returned to her room, she locked herself in her room. The maids wanted to comfort her but were all chased out by her. There was a knock on the door. Miss Zhuang said angrily, "Get out. No one is allowed to come in." "It's me." Royal Prince An said. "Brother." Miss Zhuang stood up agitatedly. But when she thought of her brother's embarrassment, she sat down with grievance. "I'm coming in." Royal Prince An said. He waited for a while before pushing the door open and entering. Miss Zhuang turned her back and showed him the back of her head. Royal Prince An said softly, "You were the one who wanted to travel with me. I said that I wouldn't spoil you like father and mother. You also agreed." Miss Zhuang choked. She didn't expect her brother to keep his word. She thought that he would be like father and mother. He said that he wouldn't spoil her, but in reality, he would indulge her without any bottom line. She choked, "I'm your sister but you're helping outsiders bully me." Royal Prince An didn't argue with her. He walked forward and handed her a palm-sized box. "What is it?" Miss Zhuang asked indifferently. "You'll know when you open it," Royal Prince An said. Miss Zhuang looked at the box in her brother's hand. Her brother's hand was really beautiful. It was as exquisite as a jade carving. Even if jade was in his hands, it wouldn't be as good as his. Miss Zhuang sighed and took the box. She opened it and found a luminous pearl inside. She loved these exquisite and fun things and her attention was immediately attracted. Royal Prince An said, "It's a 5-colored luminous pearl. It's the treasure of the king of Chen country. I used 2 poems to exchange for it." Once she heard that it was the treasure of the king of Chen country, Miss Zhuang loved it even more. Her brother still loved her. Miss Zhuang was happy. However, when she thought about how she compromised so quickly, she felt a little embarrassed. She cleared her throat and said seriously, "You're not allowed to help outsiders bully me in the future." After comforting his sister, Royal Prince An returned to his room. A man in black walked out from behind the screen. He cupped his hands and bowed, "Royal Prince." Royal Prince An said, "Are all your people here?" The man in black said, "They're all here. They're hiding outside the villa and waiting for your orders at any time." Royal Prince An said, "Tell them that they don't need to hide in the dark. Just change into civilian clothes." The man in black thought and said, "Royal Prince, are you sure she's in Qingchuan town?" Royal Prince An thought for a moment and said, "Previously, His Majesty's people lost news of the Empress Dowager in Qingchuan town. In other words, the Empress Dowager did wander here. As for where she went, we still need to find her carefully." The man in black hesitated and asked, "Did the Empress Dowager really get leprosy?" Royal Prince An said, "Yes." The man in black frowned and said, "But His Majesty's people have already turned the town upside down. They even searched the villages under his rule. They didn't find anyone suspicious. Could it be that the Empress Dowager is already dead?" Royal Prince An's eyes were deep and dark. He said, "If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. No matter what, search her again." Everyone thought that this royal prince was ignorant of worldly affairs and was a weak young man who only knew how to play with words. However, if he was as weak as he looked on the surface, how could he live well after being a hostage in Chen country for so many years? No one knew how much the royal prince had suffered in Chen country. The royal prince didn't even tell his biological parents. However, the man in black stayed by the royal prince's side and witnessed the royal prince's dark days with his own eyes. He knew the royal prince's methods better than anyone else. Once he made up his mind to do something, he would definitely do it to the end. Because Miss Zhuang felt embarrassed when she lost to Jiyu Jinyu in the competition, she decided to ignore Jiyu Jinyu. However, Even though she didn't look for him, he came to find her. What are you doing here? The next morning, Miss Zhuang looked coldly at Jiyu Jinyu, who suddenly appeared in her courtyard, and questioned him angrily. Jiyu Jinyu smiled. I'm here to deliver a copybook to Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang's expression changed. You still dare to mention copybook? You're here to humiliate me, aren't you? Jiyu Jinyu shook his head slightly and said with a gentle smile, Miss Zhuang, you're mistaken. Why would I humiliate you? I saw Miss Zhuang's calligraphy yesterday and realized that the problem doesn't lie with Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang's interest was piqued. She raised her eyebrows and asked, What do you mean? Jiyu Jinyu said tirelessly, Miss Zhuang's strokes are impressive. A normal girl's style is too small and doesn't suit Miss Zhuang's strength. If Miss Zhuang changes her handwriting, you'll definitely be able to create a majestic feeling. Everyone liked to hear good words, and Miss Zhuang was no exception. Her repulsion towards Jiyu Jinyu instantly lessened. At least you have some eyesight. I've always felt that there was something wrong with the handwriting. No matter how I practice, it doesn't work. Why don't Miss Zhuang try this? Jiyu Jinyu took out a copybook and placed it on the stone table. Whose handwriting is this? Miss Zhuang asked. It's the young duke's calligraphy, Jiyu Jinyu said. Miss Zhuang immediately exploded. You want me to practice a man's handwriting? Jiyu Jinyu smiled and shook his head. Handwriting doesn't differentiate between men and women. It's just that women have less strength and it's easier to learn the style of a hairpin style. But if we're talking about handwriting, the young duke's handwriting is still the best. This was the truth. Jiyu Jinyu had also practiced it in private. Even if it wasn't the essence, it was still much better than the style of a hairpin style. She had begged this copybook with great difficulty from Imperial Concubine Shu, and Imperial Concubine Shu had used all her effort to get it from His Majesty. It was extremely precious. She had also made a great deal of determination before she was willing to take out the invitation. Jiyu Jinyu said gently, Miss Zhuang, why don't you try it? You can start by copying it. Miss Zhuang felt that the handwriting was indeed beautiful. It was 10 times, 100 times better than the copybooks the Zhuang family had collected for her. Jiyu Jinyu had also persuaded her so nicely, giving her a way out. She had someone bring over a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. After copying a few words, she compared it with yesterday's handwriting. Indeed, there was an obvious improvement. Jiyu Jinyu praised, Miss Zhuang is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. I practiced a lot in the past, but I still couldn't reach Miss Zhuang's handwriting. As long as Miss Zhuang works hard and perseveres, it won't be long before you surpass me. Miss Zhuang was pleased. Of course, after Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin went to the provincial capital for the imperial examinations, Jiyu Xiaoshan brought Jiyu Yang and little Jing Kong for lunch. Among the three of them, Jiyu Yang was the oldest, but he had the least life experience. He was truly baby Jiyu. Baby Jiyu was also picky. I don't want to eat noodles today. Baby Jiyu pouted and said. But you should eat noodles today. Little Jing Kong spread his hands. Little Jing Kong was a person with a plan. He arranged their meals in an orderly manner every day. Xiao Liulang didn't care what he ate, so he let him eat. Jiyu Xiaoshan didn't care either. In the past, Jiyu Yang thought that it was his brother-in-law's idea and cooperated. Ever since he found out that it was little Jing Kong's plan, he started to disagree. I don't care. I don't want to eat noodles. Jiyu Yang looked up at the sky. Jiyu Xiaoshan looked at little Jing Kong, who was frowning, and then looked at Jiyu Yang, who didn't want to cooperate. He had a headache. He really missed his brother-in-law. How did he keep these two guys under control? Before Jiyu Yang appeared, Xiao Liulang and little Jing Kong were two people who were at odds with each other. After Jiyu Yang appeared, the internal conflict changed. In fact, if little Jing Kong wasn't a huge threat, Jiyu Yang and Xiao Liulang would also be at odds with each other. To put it bluntly, Xiao Liulang, the fisherman, benefited from the quarrel between his two younger brothers. Jiyu Xiaoshan was in a terrible fix and didn't know what to do. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. His eyes lit up. Sister. The two who were at odds with each other instantly quieted down and turned their heads to look at her. Jiyu Jiao came to the gate of the academy with a small basket on her back. She looked at the three of them and said, "Why haven't you eaten yet?" "It's all because of brother Jiyu Yang. He didn't eat according to the plan," Little Jing Kong said with a serious face. Jiyu Yang snorted. "You only know how to complain all day long." Little Jing Kong put his hands on his hips. "I'm not complaining. I'm just stating the truth." Jiyu Yang snorted and said, "You made the plan yourself." "I didn't agree to it." Little Jing Kong said reasonably, "I used to eat like this." Little Jing Kong had a little obsessive-compulsive disorder. Unless someone could persuade him with reason, he would change his plan. But obviously, no one could win against him. Jiyu Jiao asked Little Jing Kong, "What are we eating today?" Little Jing Kong said, "Yangchun noodles." Jiyu Jiao looked at Jiyu Yang. "What do you want to eat?" Jiyu Yang stared at Little Jing Kong and said, "Rice and fish." Jiyu Jiao nodded. "Just in time. I brought some rice and fish. Let's go to a noodle restaurant and order another bowl of noodles." The two of them had no objection to this arrangement. Jiyu Yang was confused. "How do you know I want to eat fish? What if I said I wanted to eat meat just now?" Jiyu Jiao smiled. "Because I really want to eat fish today." A pair of twins was just that magical. They had lunch at the noodle restaurant. Jiyu Xiaoshun didn't need anyone to send him back to the academy. Jiyu Jiao sent Jiyu Yang and Little Jing Kong to the private school. Then she went to Huichun Hall and sold the herbs she picked from the mountain to them. It was still early. She planned to go to the iron shop to check on the progress of the farming tools. She would catch up with Jiyu Yang and the other two after school. 12 days had passed since Jiyu Jiao left the drawings. It took the carpenters 3 days to make the piston bellows designed by Jiyu Jiao. In the remaining 9 days, the iron shop really rushed out more than 1,000 pieces of iron for mining. The blacksmiths were all stunned. There was really such a magical treasure in the world. "Old Wang, this thing is much more useful than the imperial quartz drainage pipe," a young blacksmith said. The old blacksmith nodded in shock. "Yes, not to mention the imperial quartz drainage pipe, I'm afraid that the Liang Kingdom's drainage pipe is not as good. In terms of ingenuity and various small inventions, the Liang Kingdom was the best among the 6 kingdoms. The drainage pipe technology of the Liang Kingdom had already reached the peak. In order to obtain this technology, the Zhao Kingdom did not hesitate to exchange 3 mines. But even so, the Liang Kingdom only taught the Zhao Kingdom the basic drainage pipe technology. Who is that girl? The young blacksmith thought of something and opened his eyes in shock. Is she a spy of the Liang Kingdom? The old blacksmith slapped his head. Are you stupid? How could a spy of the Liang Kingdom casually pass such a powerful technology to us? That's right. The young blacksmith finally realized how much his head hurt. He bitterly glared at the old blacksmith. Don't you know how heavy your blacksmith's hand is? If you hit me again, I'll be a piece of fucking iron. Old blacksmith, here. The young blacksmith said, what about that girl? The old blacksmith said, what do you mean what to do? Oh, you're talking about the farming tools. Since she really let me finish more than 1,000 pieces of iron in 10 days, then I will keep my promise. I won't take a single cent of her farming tools. Not only that, the old blacksmith also wanted to thank that girl in person. Unfortunately, he waited for an entire afternoon, but Jiyu Jiao did not come. Chapter 111. Jiyu Jiao had planned to go to the iron shop, but she ran into some trouble. When she first arrived in town, she had already noticed that there were many more officers on her. She didn't know why, so she asked the boss of a bun shop. The boss of the bun shop was a warm-hearted person. He didn't ignore her just because she didn't buy any buns. Miss, you don't know? I heard that a prince from the capital came to our town. Those officers are under orders to protect him. It wasn't just the officers on the surface. Jiyu Jiao also noticed that there were many experts dressed as commoners among the seemingly unremarkable crowd. What a grand display! As expected of a prince. The road to the iron shop was blocked. Jiyu Jiao decided to go another day. She came to the private school to wait for little Jing Kong and Jiyu Yang, but she didn't expect to run into Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu had accompanied Miss Zhuang to town to shop. The two of them were waiting for Li Ji's Osmanthus cakes. Miss Zhuang naturally wouldn't line up obediently. She spent money to buy all the Osmanthus cakes behind her, but the cakes took some time to come out of the oven. Sister. Jiyu Jinyu saw Jiyu Jiao. She let go of Miss Zhuang's hand and came over to greet Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao didn't want to bother with Jiyu Jinyu. She glanced at her and didn't intend to stop. Jiyu Jinyu chased after her. Sister. Jiyu Jiao was annoyed. I said I'm not your sister. Don't call me that in the future. Jiyu Jinyu opened her mouth. But, hey. How can you speak like that? Miss Zhuang suddenly appeared beside Jiyu Jinyu. Because Jiyu Jinyu had given her the calligraphy and flattered her, Miss Zhuang and Jiyu Jinyu had turned hostility into friendship. She even saw Jiyu Jinyu as her friend. Miss Zhuang felt that she had been humiliated when her friend spoke to her in such a humble manner and even received a cold face from the other party. Jiyu Jiao didn't know Miss Zhuang, and she didn't intend to know her. She kept a distance from the two of them with an expressionless face. Miss Zhuang had never been ignored like this before. She was furious. Stop right there. Jiyu Jinyu tugged at Miss Zhuang's sleeve. Miss Zhuang, forget it. Miss Zhuang said angrily, what do you mean by forget? She was just an unruly commoner, yet she dared to give the daughter of an aristocratic family a hard time. Who did she borrow the guts from? She. Jiyu Jinyu said awkwardly. She's my elder sister. Miss Zhuang sneered. What kind of sister is she? Do you think an unruly commoner is worthy? Jiyu Jinyu explained, I'm not lying. She really is my father's child. Miss Zhuang looked at Jiyu Jiao from head to toe. Poor and ugly. Ah, I understand. She is your father's illegitimate daughter. Marquis Jiyu only had one daughter who had acknowledged her identity. If he had other children, then they must be mistresses, and mistresses were illegitimate children. Jiyu Jinyu tugged at her and said, No, Miss Zhuang, things are a little complicated. I'll explain it to you later. Miss Zhuang snorted coldly. You don't have to speak up for her. She's just a cheap wretch who can't be seen in public. Why do you have to give her face? I've seen many people like her. She thinks that she's a proper master just because her mother is a fox. She doesn't know that a pheasant will always be a pheasant. Even if she flies to a branch, she can't become a phoenix. She was scolding Jiyu Jiao, but Jiyu Jinyu felt as if she was scolding herself. Her face burned. Jiyu Jiao's expression was extremely calm, as if she wasn't the one being scolded. This made Jiyu Jinyu feel even more stifled. This Miss Zhuang was too good at scolding others. Miss Zhuang scolded Jiyu Jiao for a long time, but the other party didn't do anything. She felt that her fist had hit cotton. She took a few steps forward, pointed at Jiyu Jiao's nose, and said, You, apologize to my friend immediately. Jiyu Jiao looked at her as if she was looking at an idiot. This look completely infuriated Miss Zhuang. At this moment, school was over. Jiyu Yang and little Jing Kong walked out. The two of them saw Jiyu Jiao and little Jing Kong ran to Jiyu Jiao's side. Jiyu Yang couldn't run away. He could only watch as the little monk threw himself at Jiyu Jiao. Little Jing Kong hugged Jiao Jiao. Miss Zhuang and Jiyu Jiao were very close to each other. When little Jing Kong ran past her, he accidentally brushed against her skirt. Miss Zhuang was instantly enraged. How can you walk like that? You've dirted my skirt. Jiyu Jiao's gaze turned cold. Jiyu Yang's expression also turned cold. Little Jing Kong didn't sense the hostility in her words. He let go of Jiao Jiao's hand and carefully studied Miss Zhuang's skirt. Did I dirty your skirt? Let me see. Miss Zhuang suddenly pulled her skirt. Don't touch me with your dirty hand. Jiyu Yang walked over coldly and took out a handkerchief. He squatted down and grabbed the little monk's hand to wipe it carefully. After that, he threw the handkerchief on the ground without hesitation. Don't touch dirty things outside in the future. Miss Zhuang widened her eyes in disbelief. Did she hear it wrong? Did this guy say that her skirt was dirty? Miss Zhuang was furious. Just now, she was still thinking that this person was so beautiful. Now, she turned around and found that he was an arrogant bastard. Jiyu Jinyu looked at Jiyu Yang and said, Yang this is Miss Zhuang. She's Prince An's sister. Miss Zhuang frowned. You know him? Jiyu Jinyu nodded. He's my father's son. He and elder sister are fraternal twins. Miss Zhuang looked at Jiyu Yang with disdain. Fraternal twins. That means he's also an illegitimate child. I heard that there's a short-lived ghost in Marquis Ding Fu. Don't tell me you're also a short-lived ghost. These words were too hurtful. Even Jiyu Jinyu's expression changed. Jiyu Jiaojiao's expression didn't change. She said to Jiyu Yang, the two of you, go over there and wait for me. Oh. Jiyu Yang grabbed little Jing Kong's hand and brought him back to the private school. Once the two disappeared, Jiyu Jiao gave Miss Zhuang a slap. Miss Zhuang was stunned. You hit me? Jiyu Jiao coldly said, if I hit you, I'll hit you. Do I need to pick a date? Jiyu Jinyu's face turned pale. Elder sister, how could you, slap? Jiyu Jiao also gave her a slap. Will it kill you to speak properly? Are you stuttering? You can't explain clearly in one sentence and have to divide it into 3 or 4 parts. There's too much money in the Marquis Fu. Did it all run into your brain? Jiyu Jinyu staggered from the rebuke. Not far away, Marquis Jiyu and Royal Prince An heard the commotion from the servants and came over to see what happened. In the end, they saw Miss Zhuang and Jiyu Jinyu swollen like buns. Elder brother. Miss Zhuang threw herself in front of Royal Prince An and let him see her injured face. She pointed at Jiyu Jiao. She hit me. When Marquis Jiyu saw Jiyu Jiao, his head exploded. Why was it this girl again? Royal Prince An's gaze fell on Jiyu Jiao's face. Because of the birthmark on the left side of her face wasn't considered pretty. But the coldness between her brows made her more elegant than the so-called beauties in the capital. Jiyu Jinyu also returned to Marquis Gu's side. Her eyes were filled with tears and she looked aggrieved. Marquis Gu's heart ached. What happened? Royal Prince An also looked at Jiyu Jinyu, waiting for her explanation. Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, Elder sister and Miss Zhuang had some misunderstanding. Actually, it's my fault for not making things clear. It's all my fault. Father, don't blame elder sister. Marquis Jiyu was so angry that he leaned back. So, she really hit you? Crazy. This girl was so daring. Not only did she hit her own father, she even hit her younger sister and the Marquis' younger sister. How many heads did she think she had? Wasn't she afraid that the entire Marquis Fu would be buried with her? Marquis Jiyu cupped his hands. Royal Prince and looked at Jiyu Jinyu. What misunderstanding? Jiyu Jinyu lowered her eyes and said, I said this is my elder sister. I didn't make it clear and caused Miss Zhuang to misunderstand that she's my father's illegitimate daughter. Miss Zhuang glared at Jiyu Jiao angrily. What misunderstanding? Isn't she? Marquis Jiyu gritted his teeth and cupped his hands at Royal Prince and she's my wife's blood. Royal Prince An's confused gaze landed on Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu only felt a prickle in her back, but Royal Prince An didn't ask further. Miss Zhuang couldn't help but ask, she's your biological daughter. What about her? The first one she was referring to was Jiyu Jiao, and the second one was Jiyu Jinyu. Jiyu Jinyu clenched her fists. Marquis Jiyu broke out in cold sweat and said awkwardly, Jinyu is also my and my wife's daughter. Miss Zhuang asked, so they're not fraternal twins, but triplets. Marquis Jiyu wanted to say no, but when he turned his head, he saw Jiyu Jinyu's red eyes. Her aggrieved look made his heart soften. He didn't say anything, so Miss Zhuang thought she guessed right. Miss Zhuang looked coldly at Jiyu Jinyu. She's your own elder sister. Can't you make things clear? Jiyu Jinyu said softly, I wanted to say it, but Miss Zhuang didn't give me a chance. Royal Prince An said, just because she misunderstood that she was an illegitimate daughter, my sister spoke rudely to her. Jiyu Jinyu said guiltily, and Miss Zhuang thought that I was bullied by my elder sister. She stood up for me and said a few words to my elder sister. Royal Prince and looked at Miss Zhuang. What did you say? Miss Zhuang's eyes flashed. I didn't say much, just those few words. What few words? Royal Prince and asked sternly. Miss Zhuang muttered softly, those few words about the illegitimate daughter. Royal Prince and looked at the crowd and pointed at a commoner. Come over and tell me. That person was brought to the front by Royal Prince and's guards. His face was full of fear. Just now, he heard the old master call him Royal Prince. He was the prince from the capital. What did she say? Royal Prince and looked at the commoner and glanced at his younger sister. That person didn't dare to say. I'll pardon you, Royal Prince and said calmly. That person looked at Miss Zhuang. Miss Zhuang used her eyes to threaten him. Royal Prince and's tone was clearly easygoing, but he strangely felt that Royal Prince and was more dangerous than Miss Zhuang. He broke out in cold sweat and confessed. She called that girl an illegitimate daughter, a wretch. She called that girl's mother a vixen. She also called another person. She said, there is a short-lived ghost in Marquis Dingan's Fu. You wouldn't also be a short-lived ghost, right? It was not important who the other person was. When she said, there is a short-lived ghost in Marquis Dingan's Fu, anyone could tell that she was scolding Jiyu Yang. Jiyu Yang had been ill since he was young. The imperial physicians said that he would not live past 15. But the imperial physician's diagnosis was one thing. Being ridiculed as a short-lived ghost was another. That girl was Marquis Jiyu and Yarosha's direct blood relative. That meant that she was Jiyu Yang's direct elder sister. She called her an illegitimate daughter, a wretch. She called her mother a vixen and even called her younger brother a short-lived ghost. If she didn't slap her, who would she slap? This time, Marquis Jiyu did not speak. Royal Prince and raised his hand and slightly bowed towards Marquis Jiyu and Jiyu Jiao. My younger sister's words and actions were rude. I will apologize to Marquis Jiyu and Miss Jiyu here. Marquis Jiyu quickly supported him. You cannot. You cannot. This is just a quarrel between young girls. Royal Prince does not need to take it to heart. Royal Prince and sincerely said, later on, I will properly discipline my younger sister. Marquis Jiyu was embarrassed. Royal Prince is too serious. As he responded, he gave Jiyu Jiao a look. At this time, she should also apologize. She should say that she had hit someone in a moment of impulse. In the end, Jiyu Jiao ignored his gaze and turned to leave. Marquis Jiyu, young Miss Zhuang angrily rebuked, You. I will not let you go. I don't care if you are the Marquis Fu's direct daughter. You hit me. I will remember you. You better kowtow to this young miss and admit your wrongs. Perhaps this young miss will be merciful and forgive you. Otherwise, when you return to the capital, this young miss will make you pay. Marquis Gu's eyelids twitched. Jiyu Jiao continued to ignore her and walked towards the direction of the private school. Young Miss Zhuang's lungs were about to explode. Outrageous. Do you know who I am? Grand Tutor Zhuang is my grandfather. The Empress Dowager is my great-aunt. When I return to the capital, I will make the Empress Dowager sentence you to death. Marquis Jiyu was so anxious that cold sweat broke out. The ruthless Empress Dowager Zhuang was famous for being protective. Whoever bullied her grandniece, she would really twist the person's head off. This stupid girl, what will happen if you admit defeat? Must your head be chopped off? Shut up. Royal Prince and coldly scolded and said to the guard beside him, Send young miss back to the villa. Yes. Young Miss Zhuang was so angry that she stomped her feet. I am not going back. I don't want to. Where did this dog come from? How dare he touch me? I will chop off your hand. Sorry. The guard took a cloak from a maid and put it on young Miss Zhuang's arm. Through the cloak, he sent her into the carriage. Royal Prince and nodded slightly at Marquis Jiyu and glanced at Jiyu Jinyu's face. Jiyu Jinyu lowered his head. Royal Prince and didn't say anything and also got into the carriage. Young Miss Zhuang saw her eldest brother and was furious. You didn't keep your word. You said that you won't help outsiders to bully me, Royal Prince said softly. Let me take a look. Young Miss Zhuang turned her back. Stop it. You don't care about me at all. Royal Prince, I will give you. Young Miss Zhuang covered her ears. No, I don't want any gift. Don't even think about bribing me. I want to return to the capital. I want to see my parents. I want to see the Empress Dowager. I want to tell you that you are working with outsiders to bully me. Royal Prince sighed faintly. I wanted to take you to play in town for a few more days. Since you insist, then let's return to the capital. Fourth uncle is also returning to the capital. Let him test you on your homework and see if you have made any progress. Hearing that she was going to be tested on her homework by Provincial Governor Zhuang, young Miss Zhuang did not make a sound. She removed her hands from her ears and weakly said, Then how about playing for a few more days? Royal Prince said, Then you are not allowed to cause any more trouble. I know. Young Miss Zhuang said perfunctorily, but she secretly swore in her heart that when she returned to the capital, she would immediately go see the Empress Dowager. She would have the Empress Dowager drag out that little wench from Marquis Ding Fu and give her 100 slaps in front of everyone. He only opened it a little and a round head popped out. Of course it's my home. Who are you? What are you doing here? Royal Prince said gently, I'm passing by and want to ask for a bowl of water. Then wait. Little Jing Kong didn't invite him in but closed the door. After a while, he brought him a bowl of water. Here. This little guy was very cautious. Royal Prince took the bowl and drank all the water in one gulp. Then, he returned the empty bowl to him. Are you alone at home? Little Jing Kong immediately became alert and closed the door a little. Are you a trafficker? Why are you asking about this? Royal Prince said without batting an eyelid, No. I just wanted to thank your lady for drinking your water. Little Jing Kong said seriously, I was the one who brought the water to you. You just have to thank me. Royal Prince had never seen such an unconventional child. He was stunned and said, Thank you very much. By the way, can I ask you how to get to Darniu Village? Little Jing Kong would know if it was Apricot Blossom Village or Yongliu Village. However, Darniu Village was beyond his knowledge. Little Jing Kong was stunned. Royal Prince smiled. Can you help me ask your family's lord? My lord is very busy. You can ask elsewhere. Go east. The 7th family's surname is Luo. Second Uncle Luo is an ox cart driver. He knows all the villages. Little Jing Kong closed the door decisively after showing him the way. He didn't forget to bolt the door. Jiao Jiao had said that strangers shouldn't be allowed in when there were no adults in the house. He was a child and his great-aunt was an old woman. They were not adults. In any case, Royal Prince was someone who had been abroad before and had rich experience. Unexpectedly, he was rejected by a child. However, he didn't give up so easily. If the front door didn't work, he would go through the back door. He had to see that old lady today. Royal Prince went to the back door. The back door of the kitchen was also closed but not locked. Royal Prince paused and gently pushed the door open. Then, he walked in. His footsteps were very light and almost didn't make any sound. Just as he took 2 or 3 steps, a figure suddenly jumped out from behind the door and hit him on the head with a rolling pin. With a bang, Royal Prince fainted. The old lady threw the rolling pin back on the chopping board and looked down at the unconscious Royal Prince. She snorted, sneaky. I can tell you're not a good person. The old lady heard the conversation between Royal Prince and little Jing Kong. He kept asking if the Lord was in the house. After being rejected, he sneaked in through the back door. Thief, he was a real thief. It wasn't strange that the old lady was so suspicious. After the family's life was not so difficult, they were indeed targeted by thieves. However, the thieves were all at night. At night, Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Yang's secret guards were there. They could get rid of the thieves easily. However, she didn't expect the thieves to be so bold. They dared to steal things in broad daylight. The old lady looked at the handsome side profile and clicked her tongue. Even if you rely on your face to make a living, it's still better than being a thief. But, why do I feel that this boy looks a little familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before? The old lady hit him hard. When Jiyu Jiao, Jiyu Xiaoshan, and Jiyu Yang returned from cutting firewood in the mountains, he was still unconscious on the floor of the kitchen. Jiyu Jiao and Jiyu Xiaoshan put down the 2 bundles of firewood on their backs. Jiyu Yang also put down the half basket of dried branches and leaves that he had packed. Jiao Jiao, there was a thief in the house. Great aunt is so powerful. She knocked the thief out. Little Jing Kong turned into a little loudspeaker in a second and told them what happened. Jiyu Jiao quickly recognized that he wasn't a thief. He was the young man in embroidered clothes that she saw outside the private school a few days ago. He was the royal prince and that Jiyu Jiao mentioned. Jiyu Jiao didn't have a good impression of him. He didn't shield his biological sister and even apologized to Marquis Jiyu and her. He was so understanding at such a young age. She didn't know if he was too fair and kind or if he wasn't simple at all. No matter what, he couldn't get into trouble in their house. Jiyu Jiao grabbed him with both hands and brought him to Jiyu Xiaoxian's room. The old lady didn't show any mercy. There was a big bump on his head and he even bled a little. Jiyu Jiao applied medicine for him and wrapped him in gauze. After that, Jiyu Jiao took out silver needles and pricked his acupuncture points a few times. Royal Prince and slowly opened his eyes. Royal Prince and's facial features weren't particularly exquisite, but he had an aura that could make people sink into him. His eyes were beautiful, but his gaze didn't seem right. Jiyu Jiao looked at him strangely. She took out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes. He didn't react. What was going on? Was he blind? At this time, the sky was dark and there was only a weak oil lamp in the room. Jiyu Jiao made the wick brighter, but he still couldn't see. However, he didn't panic and didn't show any abnormality. He calmly closed his eyes and said, "My eyes hurt." The first thing he said when he woke up wasn't to ask where he was or who she was, but to cover up the fact that he couldn't see. What a strange person. Since he said so, Jiyu Jiao naturally wouldn't expose him. After all, no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be any consequences after exposing him. The more you know, the faster you'll die. Then don't open your eyes. I'll find some herbs for you, Jiyu Jiao said. She randomly took some mint leaves and wrapped them in a cloth to cover his eyes. Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong poked his head in the door. Is he awake? It was the little fellow's voice. And Royal Prince began to guess Jiyu Jiao's identity. If he didn't guess incorrectly, she should be the woman who argued with his younger sister that day. But wasn't she Marquis Dingan's daughter? How could she live in this kind of place? He's awake. Jiyu Jiao asked, "Are you hungry?" "Yuan, hungry." Little Jing Kong nodded honestly and asked, "Then is there something wrong with him?" Jiyu Jiao said softly, "He's fine. His eyes are just a bit uncomfortable." Little Jing Kong asked again, "Will he blame Grandaunt?" Jiyu Jiao looked at an royal prince. "Recently, our home has been burglarized a few times. You came in through the back door, so my grandaunt thinks you're a thief. It's my fault." An royal prince said. "He won't blame Grandaunt." Jiyu Jiao turned to Little Jing Kong and said, "Go eat some snacks first. I'll cook immediately." Only then did Little Jing Kong feel relieved and leave. An royal prince listened to Jiyu Jiao's voice and found it hard to connect her with the woman who slapped his younger sister and Jiyu Jinyu. It was as if they were two different people. It was also as if her patience and gentleness were all given to her family. When there was no one else in the room, Jiyu Jiao asked again, "Royal Princean, why did you suddenly come to visit?" Originally, it was just a guess. Now that she called him an royal prince, it confirmed his identity. After all, it was impossible for people who had never seen him to know that he was an royal prince. Commandery Prince and could not tell her that he suspected that the Empress Dowager was hiding in her house. He hesitated for a moment and said, "To be honest, I'm here to apologize. Miss Jiyu has been wronged because of my sister." Jiyu Jiao, "Oh." An royal prince couldn't tell if she believed him or not. "You're saying, The person who knocked me out was your grandaunt. Jiyu Jiao asked, "What's wrong?" And Royal Prince smiled without batting an eyelid, "She's really strong." It seemed that the person wasn't the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager recognized him. And Royal Prince planned to leave. At this moment, little Jing Kong complained in a small voice from the backyard, "Jiao Jiao. Grandaunt secretly ate candied plums again." "I didn't. Little monk, don't talk nonsense. I'm not a monk. You're little Baldy." This voice, and Royal Prince felt his whole body tremble and his whole body stiffen. Chapter 113. Jiyu Jiao walked out and looked at the jar that the old lady was holding tightly in her arms. "Great-aunt, you said that you can only eat 3 a day." The old lady refused to admit her mistake. "I only ate 3. Jiyu Jiao pointed at the jar. "But there are clearly 6 less in this jar." He ate it. The old lady dragged Jiyu Xiaoshun into the water. Jiyu Xiaoshun, who was chopping firewood, was confused. "What's wrong? What did he eat now?" Jiyu Jiao cruelly confiscated the old lady's candied plums and searched her room for the stock that she had kept for a long time. The old lady's face turned green. Royal Prince heard the familiar voice and his heart tightened. Was it the Empress Dowager? It was a pity that he couldn't see now. But it didn't matter. When the sun rose, his eyes would recover. Jiyu Jiao finished confiscating the old lady's candied plums and turned around to see Royal Prince walking out blindly. He was standing at the door and looking over. "What are you looking at? You can't see." Jiyu Jiao walked over and said lightly, "Where does Royal Prince live? I'll have someone send you back later." Jiyu Yang's secret guards were in the dark so they could do it for him. Royal Prince had already made up his mind to stay. He said softly, "I feel a little dizzy. Can I stay at Miss Gu's house for a night?" Jiyu Jiao narrowed her eyes. Was this guy here to extort money? "I don't have an extra room in my house." Royal Prince was about to say, "It's okay. I can squeeze with someone." But before he could say anything, he was interrupted by a familiar voice. "Royal Prince." The person who came was none other than Marquis Jiyu, who she hadn't seen for a long time. Marquis Jiyu came to find Jiyu Jiao. He thought about what happened last time. That domineering Miss Zhuang was indeed asking for a beating. But what did Jinyu do wrong? Why did this girl slap Jinyu's mouth too? After hesitating for a few days, he finally decided to come to the village and have a good talk with her about bullying Jinyu. No matter if she returned to the manor or not, she couldn't vent her anger on Jinyu just because she didn't like him. The door was open, and he walked in directly. Unexpectedly, as soon as she passed through the central room, she saw Royal Prince who she had not seen for the whole day. Didn't he say that he went to the town for a stroll? And buy some Li Ji Osmanthus cake for Miss Zhuang? Why would he appear in his daughter's house? Could it be that they were also here to denounce him? Marquis Jiyu took a few steps forward and found that Royal Prince seemed to be injured. His head was wrapped in gauze and his eyes were also covered with gauze. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that girl also beat up Royal Prince? Oh heavens, what kind of devil incarnate did he give birth to? Marquis Jiyu bowed so hard that his waist almost broke. "Your Highness, my daughter is rude, please forgive her." Royal Prince looked at him in confusion. "Marquis, you don't think that your daughter caused my injury, do you?" Marquis Jiyu was startled. Was it not? Royal Prince gently tugged at the corner of his lips. "I was careless. I still have to thank your daughter for treating me." "Ah!" Marquis Jiyu was dumbfounded. Royal Prince probed, "I didn't expect your daughter to be proficient in the art of medicine." However, Marquis Jiyu did not understand and said embarrassedly, "Royal Prince, you flatter me. She worked as a medicine boy in the town's clinic for a few days. She can't be considered proficient in the art of medicine and only knows the most basic things. In my opinion, we should ask Royal Prince to quickly move to the manor and let the manor's imperial physician treat you carefully." Marquis Jiyu said this because he was indeed worried about Royal Prince's injury. Secondly, He thought that royal prince and came here to denounce Jiyu Jiao. No matter how much he disliked Jiyu Jiao was still his and Yaro's flesh and blood. He couldn't really let her be punished by royal princean. He had to quickly coax royal princean away. Royal princean wanted to use the same trick again. He said that he was dizzy and should not be tired from traveling. Marquis Jiyu said that he brought the best carriage in the manor and guaranteed that he wouldn't feel any bumps. Marquis Jiyu was so determined that royal princean couldn't persuade him in the end. Royal princean unwillingly sat on the carriage back to the manor. Marquis Jiyu heaved a sigh of relief. However, royal princean's heart was filled with doubts. Why did Marquis Jiyu insist on bringing him back to the manor? Was he worried that he would find something in his daughter's house? Why did his daughter live in the countryside? Was it to hide the Empress Dowager? Marquis Jiyu didn't know that his actions had made royal princean think so much. After returning to the manor, in order to appease royal princean's anger, he gave him many expensive antiques and paintings. It really hurt him. Royal princean became more suspicious of Marquis Jiyu. Marquis Jiyu was Imperial Concubine Shu's brother, and Imperial Concubine Shu was one of His Majesty's people. Marquis Jiyu never stayed in the manor for so long in the past. Could it be that he didn't leave this year because of the Empress Dowager? As more and more clues were pieced together, a reasonable truth was pieced together. Royal princean called the man in black into the room. After listening to royal princean's deduction, the man in black asked in confusion, "But if she really is the Empress Dowager, why didn't she recognize you?" "According to what you said, she didn't see who you were when she knocked you out, but she should have seen you when you fainted." Royal princean said thoughtfully, "I understand this point, so I want to confirm it again. I've already gone there once. If I go there again, it'll arouse suspicion. Go there tomorrow and say that. I want to apologize for the two misunderstandings. I hope that the two families can bury the hatchet. I also hope that she won't mention my sister's bullying to anyone in the capital, so as to not ruin my sister's reputation." The man in black replied, "Yes." Royal princean said, "You must see the Empress Dowager and tell her about the situation in the capital." The man in black cupped his fists. "Yes, sir. But..." Thinking of something, the man in black frowned and said, "If she really is the Empress Dowager, what do you plan to do?" Royal princean's eyes were cold. "What can I do? Of course I'll bring her back to the capital. I can't let her fall into anyone's hands. It doesn't matter if it's His Majesty or someone else." The man in black hesitated for a moment and said, "I'm afraid that the capital isn't safe now. It's still a mystery how the Empress Dowager got leprosy. His Majesty hid the truth about the Empress Dowager's illness and claimed that she was recovering in the palace because of a sudden illness. If we bring the Empress Dowager back like this, won't we be telling His Majesty that we know everything? And we'll bring the Empress Dowager back without saying anything. Will His Majesty think that we're disloyal to him?" Royal princean snorted. "Is this the first time he's afraid of the Zhuang family? From the moment he and Marquis Xuanping's marriage alliance, he's been thinking of ways to contain the Zhuang family. I'm afraid that the Empress Dowager's illness has something to do with His Majesty. The situation in the imperial court is getting worse for the Zhuang family. If the Empress Dowager doesn't come out to control the situation, the Zhuang family will become the second Liu family. There used to be 4 hegemons in the capital: Marquis Xuanping's Xiao family, Duke Luo's Luo family, Duke Ding's Liu family, and Grand Secretary Zhuang family. His Majesty didn't come from a good background. His birth mother didn't even have the right to raise him. He was raised by concubine Jing. Empress Dowager Zhuang didn't have a son. Because she didn't get along with the Crown Prince's maternal family, the Liu family, she defeated the Crown Prince and the Liu family and put concubine Jing's adopted son on the throne. However, His Majesty was an ungrateful wretch. Not only was he not grateful to Empress Dowager Zhuang, but he was also afraid of her after seeing how powerful Empress Dowager Zhuang was. The daughter sent to the palace by the Zhuang family should have been the empress, but he made Marquis Xuanping's sister empress in the throne room and married his favorite princess Xinyang to Marquis Xianping. Chapter 114. All the novels that can't be found online are here. In order to eat sweets, the old lady let Wu Yang be a tool at home for the whole day. Wu Yang said, "Miss Gu, I'm hungry, I want to eat candied fruit. Miss Gu, I'm thirsty, I want to drink mung bean soup, the super sweet kind." When he returned to the villa, Wu Yang was doubting life. Prince An saw him in the room. "How was it? Did you see the Empress Dowager?" Wu Yang's face was green. "I saw her. But was that really the Empress Dowager?" Wu Yang told Royal Prince An about his miserable day. Prince An was shocked. He remembered that when he was in the village yesterday, he seemed to have heard the Empress Dowager say some strange things. But he was too excited and didn't take it to heart. Later, he thought that the Empress Dowager was pretending to be crazy in order to numb the Gu family who put her under house arrest. "I don't think so." Wu Yang pondered. When Miss Gu went to get water, only the Empress Dowager and I were left in the room. If the Empress Dowager was pretending to be crazy before, then there was no one else. She should be honest with me. However, she didn't. The Empress Dowager only focused on eating the poached eggs. Every time he wanted to speak, the Empress Dowager would raise her hand to stop him. Why didn't he realize that the Empress Dowager was so greedy before? In Prince An's impression, the Empress Dowager Zhuang wasn't someone who would ignore business for a little food. But it was true that she couldn't eat too many sweets. The imperial doctor told him that it was better for the elderly to eat light food. Prince An murmured, "How could this be? Did the Empress Dowager lose her memory? And caused her personality to change? Or was this the Empress Dowager's true nature? The Empress Dowager was pretending all those years in the palace. But what kind of person could pretend for decades? He had been wearing a cruel and merciless mask for dozens of years. Wouldn't he be exposed?" Prince An was more willing to believe the former. The Empress Dowager forgot some things, so the change in her personality disappeared. She became a complete stranger. Wu Yang didn't dare to guess. "What do you plan to do? Do you want to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital?" "I don't know." Royal Prince An sighed. An Empress Dowager who only knew how to eat and drink would not be a match for the Emperor, but leaving her here under the eyes of the Marquis of Dingen, he was not at ease. Royal Prince An thought for a while and thought of something. He asked Wu Yang, "I have a few things that I don't understand." "What?" Wu Yang asked. Royal Prince An pushed open the window and looked at the courtyard filled with flowers and plants. "How did the Empress Dowager lose her memory? Does this matter have anything to do with Ding and Marquis Fu?" Wu Yang followed him and walked over. "Does your Highness mean that they deliberately made the Empress Dowager silly?" Royal Prince An shot him a cold look. Wu Yang shrunk his neck and lowered his head. This subordinate has misspoken. How could she say that the Empress Dowager was stupid? Although it was indeed a little silly. Royal Prince An asked, "Have you investigated the identity of that Miss Gu?" Wu Yang said, "I've investigated clearly. She's the older sister of the twins. Back then, the Marquis gave birth in the temple and was swapped with a village woman's child. Gu Jinyu should be from that village. However, because they had nurtured her for so many years, they did not send Gu Jinyu back even after discovering the truth a few days ago. As for the real Miss Gu, it's said that she did not want to return to the Fu. Also, she is already married. Her husband came here from outside." Royal Prince An said, "Who did you ask?" Wu Yang said, "This subordinate directly asked the Marquis." Yarosha did not feel that this was a secret. When Wu Yang asked, Yarosha told him the truth. Royal Prince An thought for a while. Then, "Miss Gu was not purposely placed in the village by Marquis Gu?" Wu Yang shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be." This subordinate guessed that the Empress Dowager was taken in by Miss Gu after she lost her memory. But, how did she become the great-aunt of Miss Gu's husband? Leprosy. Royal Prince An narrowed his eyes and said, "What?" Wu Yang was stunned. Royal Prince An raised his hand to touch the potted begonia on the windowsill. "Didn't you just say that Miss Gu's husband is from outside?" Wu Yang was confused. "That's right. But what does this have to do with them taking in the Empress Dowager? Could it be that Miss Gu's husband is the Empress Dowager's relative?" This could not be. The Empress Dowager had a noble status. How could she be a relative of a poor boy from the countryside? Royal Prince and thought for a while, if the Empress Dowager got leprosy and fainted in front of Miss Gu's house, and Miss Gu touched her without knowing it, what would you do if it was you? Wu Yang's eyes widened. How could that be? Leprosy is so infectious. If she touched it, she would be sent to Leprosy Mountain. Could it be? Royal Prince and faintly raised the corner of his lips. That's right. In order not to be sent to Leprosy Mountain, they could only take in the Empress Dowager and cure her. In order not to arouse suspicion, they lied that they were the great-aunt of Miss Gu's husband and came to seek refuge with them. Wu Yong suddenly realized, that's right. Miss Gu's husband is from outside. Her husband's great-aunt is also from outside. No one will suspect them. Royal Prince and fiddled with a blooming begonia in front of him. What I'm curious about is, how did Miss Gu cure the Empress Dowager's leprosy? Marquis Gu said that she was only a little medicine boy. It seemed that he still did not understand his own daughter. Wu Yang suddenly looked into Royal Prince's eyes. Royal Prince, if she can cure leprosy, then, Royal Prince and raised a finger and stopped him from continuing. This prince still does not trust her. Wu Yang sighed with a complicated expression. Yes. Then, what does Royal Prince plan to do with the Empress Dowager? Royal Prince and thought for a while. The Empress Dowager has lost her memories. If we really went to meet her, she would not leave with this prince. Moreover, her identity might be exposed. This is not a wise move. Call a few people and steal the Empress Dowager out in the middle of the night. Wu Yang, steal people? Why did he feel that there was something wrong with this statement? Wu Yang moved very quickly. At night, he brought 7 experts to Clear Spring Village to kidnap people. When he arrived at Miss Gu's house, he found that there were 2 hidden guards hiding nearby. They should be the hidden guards of Marquis Dingan's manor that were secretly protecting the twins. Wu Yang thought that it would be best to lead the 2 away. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they woke up the Empress Dowager. But hidden guards were different from normal guards. It was unlikely that they would leave their master's side at the same time. Just as Wu Yang was pondering how to carry out his plan, the 2 hidden guards walked out of the house and fled into the forest. It was unknown where they went. Wu Yang, this was also possible. He did not care that much. Time was precious. He had to move quickly. Wu Yang gestured for them to attack. The 7 black-clothed people soared into the air and flew into the backyard. Wu Yang also planned to fly into the yard. Unfortunately, he had just assumed a posture. Before he could jump, he heard a loud bang. One of the black-clothed people was kicked out like a sandbag. Wu Yang was a little confused. Was the method of entering wrong? Wu Yang jumped onto the wall. At this time, the second black-clothed person flew past his eyes. He drew a beautiful arc in the air and fell heavily onto the empty ground outside the room. Wu Yang was completely dumbfounded. Didn't the hidden guards already leave? Could they have returned so quickly? He looked towards the backyard, but where were the hidden guards? It was clearly the young Miss Gu who had slapped Jiu Jinyu and Zhuang Keidi. That day, he had felt that young Miss Gu had gone too far. She even bullied a weak girl who did not even have the strength to truss up a chicken. Now, it seemed that she had been merciful. Otherwise, with the strength of her hand that could send an expert flying with a single punch, if she really wanted to kill them, wouldn't Jiu Jinyu and Zhuang Keidi's heads be smashed? Although the people that Wu Yang had brought over were not top-class experts, they were still much stronger than the average expert. Even so, they had been beaten up by young Miss Gu to the point of not being able to retaliate. Wu Yang wanted to cry. He finally understood why the 2 hidden guards of Marquis Dingan Fu had suddenly fled into the forest. They were worried. They were afraid that with him here, they would not dare to charge in and ruin this young Miss Mood. Wu Yang calculated in his mind. He was afraid that he was not this young Miss Gu's opponent. Apologies for the offense, young Miss Gu. Wu Yang took out a crossbow from his back and knocked a short arrow. He aimed at Jiu Jiao's shoulder and pulled the trigger. But in the blink of an eye, The matriarch's door suddenly opened. She walked out with a yawn. What is it that is so noisy? Wu Yang's hand trembled in shock. The arrow had missed. It had missed in the matriarch's direction. Wu Yang's heart trembled. The speed of a crossbow was several times faster than an arrow. It was already too late for him to grab his arrow back. In the nick of time, he saw Jiyu Jiao jump up and land in front of the matriarch. She pulled the matriarch to the side. The arrow brushed past the back of her hand and nailed itself to the wall behind the two of them. The back of Jiyu Jiao's hand had been scratched and was covered in blood. She used her other hand to pull out the arrow and fiercely threw it in the direction of Wu Yang in the night. That arrow was too fast. It was so fast that even an expert like Wu Yang could not dodge it. His right shoulder was hit by the arrow. He gave a grunt and said to the black-clothed men on the ground, "Retreat." After the group of people left, the village regained its tranquility. The matriarch saw the blood on the back of Jiyu Jiao's hand. "Jiao Jiao, you're injured." Jiyu Jiao did not care. "It's nothing. It's just a scratch." The matriarch scolded, "Our family's life is getting better, but now we're being targeted by thieves." Thieves? The thieves that came the previous few times didn't have such skills and equipment. Jiyu Jiao looked at the boundless night sky. She felt that these people did not come for the money. They went straight to the small east room. That was her great-aunt's room. Wu Yang returned to the villa with an injury. He did not have time to heal himself before he went to the study to see Royal Prince and looked at him in confusion. What happened? He knelt down on one knee and said with shame, "I failed in my duty. I couldn't bring the Empress Dowager back, and almost hurt the Empress Dowager." He didn't dare to hide anything and reported everything to Royal Princeton. A trace of surprise flashed through Royal Princeton's eyes. "I didn't expect," Wu Yang agreed. "Yes, I didn't expect that Miss Ji Yu, who grew up in the common people, would have such skills." Royal Princeton pursed his lips. "No, I didn't expect that she would sacrifice herself to save an old lady who has nothing to do with her. She did it to protect herself. Now that she had recovered, she could have sent her away, or at least she did not have to risk her life to save her." According to Wu Yang, if she dodged a little, her heart would have been pierced by the arrow. He really did not understand this Miss Ji Yu more and more. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and whispered, "Miss Ji Yu, how much do I not know about you?" Wu Yang begged, "Royal Prince, tomorrow night." Royal Prince interrupted him lightly, "No need. Since she protects the Empress Dowager so much, let the Empress Dowager stay by her side." Wu Yang was shocked. "Royal Prince?" Royal Prince looked into the distance. "Now is not the best time to bring the Empress Dowager back to the capital. Let me go back and report to grandfather. After making all the arrangements, I will bring her back safely. Miss Ji Yu, we will meet again soon." The next day, Royal Prince bid farewell to Marquis Ji Yu and Lady Yarrow. "The provincial examination is around the corner. I can't stay here any longer. I must return to the capital as soon as possible. I am indebted to Marquis and Lady Marquis for your hospitality these few days. I am very grateful." For the first time, he used Junior. Marquis Ji Yu was so scared that he was tongue-tied. Royal Prince's gentle gaze fell on Lady Yarrow's face. "Lady Marquis, your daughter is very outstanding. She is better than countless daughters in the capital. If there is a chance, please bring your daughter to the manor to have a chat with Meng Dai." Lady Yarrow bowed and thanked him. Jiyu Jinyu, who was behind the two, could not help but blush. Was the royal prince praising her? Zhuang Mengdai also thought that her brother was praising Jiyu Jinyu. She pursed her lips. She already knew that there was no such thing as triplets. Jiyu Jinyu was the Jiyu family's wrong child. That girl was the real daughter. Neither of them were good people. She did not like either of them. The brother and sister set foot on the road back to the capital. The carriage had gone far away, but Jiyu Jinyu still had not recovered from Royal Prince's praise. There wasn't a single girl who wouldn't like Princessan, but most of them were just wishful thinking. But what if Royal Prince was interested in a girl first? From what she knew, Royal Prince had not discussed marriage. His words just now, were he hinting at something to her father and mother? Jiyu Jinyu secretly glanced at Marquis Jiyu and Lady Yao. Their expressions were calm. It was obvious that they did not think in this direction. She could not help but feel anxious. Father was a blockhead in this area. She could not count on him. Mother only had her own daughter in her heart. She did not care about her at all. If Mother knew that royal prince and was interested in a girl from the Marquis's manor, would she let Jiyu Jiao marry over? In just a moment, Jiyu Jinyu's mind filled in many possibilities. Her mind was in a mess. On one hand, royal prince and's praise evoked her unrealistic fantasies. On the other hand, she desperately wanted to return to the capital and find imperial concubine Shu to make a decision. Jiyu Jiao received the farm tools from the blacksmith shop. There were a lot of farm tools. The worker from Huichun Hall went to get them. Before she left, the old blacksmith called out to her, "Little brother, what is the surname of your young miss?" The worker said, "You mean Miss Jiyu? She is not my young miss." The old blacksmith was stunned. "Ah? Then she is." The worker did not know that Jiyu Jiao practiced medicine. He said, "She is a friend of our boss." The old blacksmith asked, "Can I trouble little brother to tell me where she lives so that I can go and thank her?" The worker said, "Miss Jiyu said that if she succeeds, she can be exempted from paying for the farm tools." The old blacksmith, but there were no buts. The worker left with the large carts of farm tools. The old blacksmith looked at the back of the horse carriage as it left. He was in a daze for a long time. Jiyu Jiao did not touch the empty space halfway up the mountain for the time being. She hired the nearby villagers to cultivate a large medicinal field on the mountain. She also dug a fish pond and a ditch to draw water from the bottom of the waterfall into the fish pond. Jiyu Yang's secret guards became the coolies in the mountain. They were sent to dig the ditch every day. After a month, the two of them became really tanned. In the blink of an eye, it was autumn. This year's summer was not particularly hot. Instead, it was the return of the hot autumn that made people sweat profusely. Xiao Liulang's group had been in the provincial capital for a period of time. Under the careful arrangements of the Lin family, they stayed in the most advanced and luxurious inn closest to the provincial capital's tribute court. Steward Ju had asked several times to invite Xiao Liulang to the residence as a guest, but he was rejected by Xiao Liulang every time. Lin Chengye had been tortured by Xiao Liulang for the past few months. When he went to Qingchuan town, he was still a little fatty. When he returned to the provincial capital, he had lost 2 sizes of weight. Every time Xiao Liulang taught him questions, he would feel enlightened. He also did not understand why Xiao Liulang was so knowledgeable. He was more knowledgeable than all the teachers in the residence combined. However, when it was Xiao Liulang's turn to give him questions, he was done for. In any case, he was someone who had experienced the county exam, the capital exam, and the academy exam. Normal questions were not difficult for him. However, were the questions Xiao Liulang gave him questions? They were knives. In fact, even the 4 books and 5 classics had a scope of examination. Some chapters had to be memorized, while others were not. Xiao Liulang did not care about this. He casually gave a set of exam questions, and more than half of them were not important chapters. Lin Chengye's head was about to explode. He had lost weight from Xiao Liulang's examination. Lin Chengye complained to Feng Lin. Feng Lin made an O sound and said, "You misunderstood him. He did not deliberately not test the important chapters. He simply did not know which chapters were important. He had never highlighted the important points. He directly went from head to back to tail. And he even memorized it backwards without missing a word." Even after being tortured by Xiao Liulang, Lin Chengye still did not choose to return to the residence after returning to the provincial capital. He, Xiao Liulang, and Feng Lin stayed together at an inn. The provincial examination had a total of 3 rounds, and each round lasted for 3 days. The first round was on the 8th day of the 8th month, which was tomorrow. The inn was filled with provincial examination examinees, and the entire inn's atmosphere became tense. The only person who could be calm was Xiao Liulang. Feng Lin was also a little nervous, But he had too many things to do, so he did not have the time to be nervous. "Little Lin, come and help." Feng Lin called Lin Changye to the inn's small kitchen. This small kitchen was rented by the Lin family for a large sum of money, and they had even arranged for a chef to be in charge of it. The provincial examination did not care about the examinees' meals. The chef wanted to cook for them, but was rejected by Feng Lin. Before leaving, Jiyu Jiao gave him a list of things to take note of and related recipes. The recipes were very detailed. Jiyu Jiao even took the weather into consideration. If the weather was cold, the first recipe would be used. If the weather was hot, the second recipe would be used. Biscuits, jerky, oranges, pickled vegetables. Feng Lin and Lin Changye fiddled in the kitchen for an entire afternoon and finally prepared everything they needed. The jerky was roasted by them, and the aroma of the meat filled the air, making all the examinees in the inn hungry. The pickled vegetables had been pickled a few days ago, and now that it was done, Feng Lin filled 3 small jars. The biscuits could not be left for too long, and were made by the chef before dawn. Feng Lin instructed the biscuits to be dry, without any moisture. Every provincial capital's provincial examination had 2 main examiners, appointed by the imperial court. They and the local examiners entered the examination courtyard on the 6th day of the new year, and first held a banquet. The inner curtain officials entered the inner curtain area in the back hall, and the examiners closed the curtains. The inner curtain officials were also known as the marking officials. They stayed from the day they entered until the end of the provincial examination, and only left after marking all the examination papers. The entire process could take up to half a month. During this time, they were not allowed to interact with the outside world, and even the examiners outside the curtains were not allowed to interact with each other. On the 8th day of the new year, the examinees came to the examination venue early. Although each round had 3 days, the real examination only had 1 day in between. The first day was for the entrance inspection, and the third day was for the exit inspection. Early in the morning, there was a long queue outside the examination courtyard. Xiao Liulang and the other 2 came neither early nor late, and were in the 100th place. They were not in a hurry, but Steward Ju was beside them. The provincial examination did not allow people to line up for them, otherwise their Lin family would have outsourced the examination courtyard. "Have you brought the water?" Steward Ju asked Lin Changye. Lin Changye nodded, "Yes." Steward Ju asked again, "Have you brought all the food?" Lin Changye nodded again, "Yes." He could still say these 2 words without stuttering. Steward Ju was still worried. Then, "Are your clothes thick enough? I'm afraid you'll catch a cold at night." "It's hot," Lin Changye said. Steward Ju sighed. The weather this year was abnormal. It wasn't hot when it should be hot, but it wasn't cold when it should be cold. He heard that the crops in the countryside were not growing well. Steward Ju wanted to say something more, but Lin Changye frowned. "Leave, annoying." Steward Ju, Aya. Steward Ju had just taken 2 steps when he was shocked by Feng Lin, and almost fell. "What's wrong?" He turned around and asked. Feng Lin said, "I forgot to give this to you. Jianyang said that if the weather is hot, we should bring this into the examination hall. It can refresh the mind and also drive away mosquitoes and stop itching." It was 3 bottles of essential balms. However, Jiyu Jiao had replaced the glass bottles with jade bottles. After adding a stopper, she sealed the bottles with wax. "Can we bring this?" Steward Ju asked. Other than water and food, they couldn't bring anything else with them. Feng Lin explained, "This can be used externally, but it can also be taken orally." Jianyang said that if anyone asks, we should drink it and show it to them. Xiao Liulang's gaze was subtle. "You 2 are very close now." Feng Lin didn't notice his companion's dangerous gaze and said, "I was ignorant in the past and misunderstood Jianyang. She's actually a very good person. Liulang, really, to be able to get such a wife is a man's good fortune. I also want to." Xiao Liulang's gaze was like a knife, and Feng Lin finally couldn't ignore it. Feng Lin shrunk his neck resentfully. "Okay, I don't want to." Xiao Liulang took the essential balms. Was it the strange things in the box again? He had seen these words before. That night, most of the things that rolled out of the box had these words on them. However, that night, he didn't see these few bottles of green things. So it wasn't his imagination. That small box was able to produce strange things, and they were always different. Did it have some kind of strange trick or mechanism? Since these bottles were medicine, then could the ones he saw before also be medicine? Was it a small medicine box? Even someone as smart as Xiao Liulang couldn't understand Jiyu Jiao's small box. Soon, it was his, Feng Lin's, and Lin Chengye's turn to be searched by the guards. Feng Lin indicated that they had brought water. When he opened the bottle and drank a drop, he almost died from the taste. Oh my God, this is too refreshing. After entering the examination hall, the examinees were assigned to their respective examination sheds. Some people also called them rooms. The rooms were simple and crude. There were only 2 wooden planks. One was used as a table, and the other was used as a chair. They were respectively embedded in the grooves on both sides of the room. At night, the examinees would put the 2 planks together to make a bed and spend the night there. During these 3 days, the examinees weren't allowed to leave their rooms. They had to eat, drink, go to the toilet, and sleep inside. The first test was about memorization and poetry. It was reasonable to say that it would be the Analects of Confucius, the Doctrine of the Mean, or the Great Learning, or the Mencius, as well as a 5-character 8-rhyme poem that he had composed himself. However, this year's provincial examination questions were especially abnormal. There was an additional test, the Classic of Filial Piety. Strictly speaking, the Classic of Filial Piety wasn't long. It was less than 2,000 words. However, the problem was, it wasn't tested. If it wasn't tested, who would memorize it, right? When he saw that he had to memorize the Classic of Filial Piety, Lin Chengye's hair stood on end. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he was excited. Because Xiao Liulang had tested it. Xiao Liulang was a very strict teacher. As long as Lin Chengye didn't know how to answer the questions, he would retest him a 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th time until Lin Chengye knew how to do it. Not only did Lin Chengye lose weight, but he also became bald at a young age. It was all because of Xiao Liulang's torture. However, at this moment, Lin Chengye loved Xiao Liulang's torture to death. Lin Chengye knew that there would be very few people memorizing the Classic of Filial Piety in the provincial examination. Just the first test alone was enough for him to lead many people. Not only did the examinees need to have a strong mentality, but their physical fitness must also be good enough. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to withstand such a high-intensity examination. This small episode also created a huge psychological pressure on the rest of the examinees. Coupled with the fact that the weather was indeed getting hotter, everyone felt that their exam booth had become a huge furnace. At first, the examinees who refused to take off their clothes could no longer care about anything else. Not taking off their underwear was already the last bit of respect they could show to the examination hall. Xiao Liulang also felt the heat. If it was in the past, he would have fainted from the heat. However, for the past 6 months, Jiyu Jiao had dragged him to do the re-examination every day. Even when he went out for exams, she would ask Feng Lin to keep an eye on him. At first, he thought that everything she did was in vain because he could not get rid of the shadow in his heart. He could not stand up like a normal person. Only now did he realize that her efforts had not been in vain. His body had become much stronger. After another hour, the temperature in the examination shed reached its peak, and another 2 examinees fainted from the heat. All of the examinees were vexed and their minds were dizzy, unable to think properly. Xiao Liulang took off his outer clothes, but it was still not enough. His gaze suddenly landed on the bag by his hand. He opened the bag and took out the little green bottle that Jiyu Jiao had Feng Lin bring over. He rubbed a few drops on his temples and forehead. Instantly, a cool air spread from his forehead to his entire body. He instantly felt refreshed, and his ears and eyes became sharper. All of the heat in his body subsided at this moment. He calmed his heart and continued to write the questions. The weather was not so hot until the sun set. After the entire day of exams, the examinees were all paralyzed. It was not known whether it was because of the provincial examinations or because of the heat. Xiao Liulang, Feng Lin, and Lin Chengye had it easier than the other examinees because they had Jiyu Jiao's magical medicine. During the day, everyone did not have much of an appetite. Now that it was cold, they finally remembered to eat. However, what made the examinees collapse was that the weather was too hot. The dry rations they had brought in had all gone bad. There was a faint rancid smell in the exam tent. The invigilators could not help but pinch their noses. But very quickly, a sweet and sour fruity fragrance floated over. It was oranges. Once the skin was peeled, a handful of orange-scented oil would splash out. It was extremely fresh. Rumble tilde, some of the examinees' stomachs grumbled. Immediately after, everyone began to drool. The oranges were too fragrant. They were sour and sweet. Xiao Liulang ate an orange and took out a piece of jerky and a piece of pancake. The pancake and jerky had been baked dry, so they were not spoiled. The pickled vegetables were also not spoiled. He began to eat slowly and carefully. The fragrance of the meat and the pickled vegetables filled the entire exam hall. All of the examinees collapsed. The difficult exam questions and bad weather during the day were already torturous enough. Why did they still have to eat such fragrant food in the exam hall? Were they really here for the exam? Who would bring such a sumptuous meal for the exam? If it was not for the fact that whispering was prohibited in the exam hall, the examinees would have shouted, "Brother, give me a bite of your food. In the future, wherever you go, I will protect you." Misfortune never comes alone. In such hot weather, how could there be fewer mosquitoes at night? Xiao Liulang and the other two applied essential ointment and slept comfortably for the entire night. When the examinees, who had been swatting mosquitoes all night, walked out of the exam hall, the dark circles under their eyes were almost unbearable. Fortunately, on the day they left the exam hall, there was a heavy rain in the provincial capital. The weather finally turned cold. On the 11th day, the examinees entered the exam hall again. The second exam was on the 5 classics. It was a discussion essay. The word count for each essay was not high. It had to be no less than 300 words. In previous years, it was mainly about people's livelihood and official career. For example, the world's industry and commerce, water conservancy, agriculture, the division of the 6 ministries, and so on. But this year, it was on the pros and cons of removing the vassal state, which directly stunned the examinees. Which examiner was not afraid of death to come up with such a sharp and sensitive question? In the Zhao country, the provincial exam questions were set by the cabinet every year and then handed over to the emperor for review. Only after the emperor approved would the questions be sealed and sent to each major provincial capital. The questions issued by the imperial court were all the same. However, it did not rule out the possibility that some people or accidents were caused, such as leaking or destroying the questions. Therefore, the imperial court would usually prepare 8 sets of questions. During the exam, the main examiner would randomly draw questions in front of everyone. Up until now, there had not been a precedent of all the provincial capitals drawing the same set of questions. Unfortunately, the main examiner of the provincial capital drew the most difficult set of questions this year. Among the group of examinees, there were people like Xiao Liulang, who were taking the provincial exam for the first time. There were also people who had been taking the exam for most of their lives and whose hair had turned white. But anyone who had taken the exam many times could see that this year's questions were not simple. They did not follow the usual routine. Over the years, the examiners had their own preferences. When the examinees did the questions, they would do their best to cater to the examiner's preferences. This was also why every year, people would spend a lot of money to inquire about the examiner's origins and life stories. But the problem was that removing the vassal state was not an ordinary matter of people's livelihood. It could not be decided by the examiner's preferences. This mainly depended on the attitude of the imperial court. If the imperial court advocated removing the vassal state, then the examiner would definitely not give a paper that opposed removing the vassal state a high score. Otherwise, wouldn't the examiner be openly challenging the imperial court and the emperor? From the imperial court's recruitment of the Lin family, the examinees generally understood the imperial court's attitude toward the vassal state. At least for the next 10 years, it would be impossible to remove the vassal state. To be on the safe side, most examinees chose to cater to the imperial court's whims. They quoted classics, eloquently described the drawbacks of removing the vassal state, and vigorously advocated the imperial court's current appeasement policy. And in a certain examination shed, Xiao Liulang did not hesitate to write, "Removing the vassal state is imperative." The last exam was on the 14th. The exam would start on the 15th, and it would be on the 8-legged essay. This was Lin Chengye's weakest area. In the children's exam, he had never obtained a high score in the 8-legged essay. He had almost always relied on his essays to obtain the title of a scholar. However, this time, when he looked at the questions on the exam paper, he inexplicably felt that they were not as tricky as the questions that Xiao Liulang usually gave him. Moreover, Xiao Liulang taught him some 8-legged essay techniques and let him recite a few neat lines of flattery. There was no meaning, but it made the overall style of the essay look high-end and impressive. He wrote it smoothly and fluently. In short, it was hydrology. Liulang said, "If you don't understand hydrology, use hydrology. Don't leave it empty." Lin Chengye felt that his hydrology was very good this time. He didn't even understand what he wrote. Although he didn't get a high score, he probably wouldn't fail like before. After the 3 exams, the examinees had lost a lot of weight. Steward Ju was waiting outside the examination courtyard early in the morning. Seeing the examinees come out one by one, he was worried to death about his 6th young master. Soon, Xiao Liulang and the other 2 came out. No matter how many people there were, Xiao Liulang was always the first to be noticed. Steward Ju saw him first and then saw Lin Chengye beside him. Steward Ju was about to shout, "Young master, you've lost weight," but then the words got stuck in his throat. Even though he wanted to know his and Xiao Liulang's results as soon as possible, but Xiao Liulang's anxious look clearly showed that he was homesick. He missed Jiaonyang. Ha ha ha, stinky brat. The 2 were heading to the guest room when they heard the excited voices of the examinees coming from the main hall. "Hey, did you guys hear? The Imperial College is going to be reopened in the capital." "Really? Who told you? Is there a need to tell me?" "The Imperial notice has already been posted. It's at the entrance of the government office. If you don't believe me, go take a look for yourself. Students with excellent results will have the opportunity to enter the Imperial College after being recommended by the government office. If you get first place in the provincial exam, you will be able to move to the Imperial College without a recommendation." Students were Shoutsai. Generally speaking, the Junior 3 Yuan would have the opportunity to be recommended. If there were no Junior 3 Yuan, even if you got first place, you would still have the opportunity. Feng Lin pulled Xiao Liulang's sleeve. "Liulang, you got 2 first places." Even though he had missed the first place in the college exam due to some reason, he was still an outstanding student. Feng Lin slapped his thigh and said, "Aya, if you had known, you wouldn't have asked for that 1,000 taels of silver. No matter what, you should have taken the exam again. If you get into the Junior 3 Yuan, you will definitely be able to enter the Imperial College." The Imperial College was the highest educational institution in Zhao country. All the students in the world would be proud to enter the Imperial College. Xiao Liulang's expression was very calm. He stood on the stairs and listened to the heated discussions of the examinees in the main hall. But wasn't the Imperial College closed by His Majesty himself? Because the young Chancellor was burned to death. Why did it suddenly reopen? It was Imperial Tutor Zhuang who led many important officials to kneel outside the throne room. They kneeled for 3 days and 3 nights before His Majesty finally moved. Imperial Tutor Zhuang is really a loyal official of Zhao country. When His Majesty ordered the Imperial College to be closed, anyone who tried to persuade him was punished by His Majesty. Imperial Tutor Zhuang wasn't punished, right? The examinees didn't want such a good official who served the country and the people to get into trouble. How could that be? If he was punished, he wouldn't have reopened the Imperial College. The examinees discussed heatedly with each other. Xiao Liulang revealed a suspicious and thoughtful expression. He quickly lost the mood to listen to the gossip and returned to his room expressionlessly. Lin Chengye's things had already been taken away by Steward Zhu. Xiao Liulang only packed his own things. Steward Zhu had already paid for the inn's food and lodging, so the two of them didn't need to fork out any more money. At night, Feng Lin wanted to eat the famous snacks in the provincial capital. After coming here for so long, in order to not get a stomachache, I ate all the food made in the small kitchen. I've been holding it in for so long, Feng Lin said, feeling wronged. When he accompanied Xiao Liulang to the prefectural city for the exam, Feng Lin had eaten something on the way and had gotten a stomachache. Although he had Jiyu Jiao's antidiarrheal medicine, he had still been frightened. The provincial examination was no small matter. In order to avoid repeating the same mistakes, they had been avoiding certain foods. Xiao Liulang just happened to want to buy something for his family and agreed to Feng Lin's request. The streets of the provincial capital were wide and long. Even if 4 carriages were to drive side by side, it wouldn't be crowded at all. The shops on both sides of the road were lined up in rows and the pedestrians walked shoulder to shoulder. It was truly a bustling scene. Feng Lin looked at the lanterns in the vendor's hand and said enviously, "The provincial capital is really lively. It's much more lively than our county city. Even the prefectural city isn't this lively." Xiao Liulang grunted in acknowledgement, which could be considered a response. Feng Lin said longingly, "What do you think the capital is like? The provincial capital is already so lively. Will the capital be even more lively? Will the streets in the capital be wider and longer? More carriages? And the shops are bigger?" "Yes." Xiao Liulang made another sound of acknowledgement. Feng Lin said strangely, "What do you mean by yes? You're making it seem like you've been there before." "Sigh, I really want to go to the capital. I even dream of going there. As long as I can go there once, I can die without regret." Xiao Liulang said indifferently, "What's so good about the capital? It's just a place of trouble." Feng Lin sighed and shook his head, "You don't have any aspirations. You don't understand. The Imperial College was the holy land for all scholars. If Feng Lin only had a 60% chance of going to the capital in the past, now he had a 100% chance. If he could go to the Imperial College once in his life, he wouldn't have studied hard for more than 10 years in vain. However, he knew his own limitations. With his aptitude, he wouldn't be able to pass the exam and wouldn't be recommended by the prefectural government. The specialties of the provincial capital were sesame sugar and donkey meat. Feng Lin wasn't interested in sugar, but he craved donkey meat. The two of them went to an old donkey meat shop and ordered 2 bowls of donkey meat soup, 2 donkey meat roasts, and a small bowl of braised donkey meat. As the saying goes, donkey meat is fragrant and horse meat stinks. No one would eat donkey meat even if they were beaten to death. As long as the donkey meat was cooked well, its fragrance would fill the entire street. Feng Lin couldn't wait to try the braised donkey meat. "Wow, it's delicious." Xiao Liulang was used to Jiyu Jiao's cooking and Shi Yi felt that the donkey meat was delicious. After eating, the two of them called for the waiter to settle the bill. However, they were told that someone had already paid for them. "Who?" Feng Lin asked. "Could it be Lin Chengye? That can't be right. Didn't that fellow return to the residence? Why did he sneak out so quickly? He even followed them to the donkey meat shop. He didn't eat at the same table as them and only paid the bill in secret." The waiter smiled and said, "It's a master with the surname Liu." Xiao Liulang's face turned cold. Feng Lin looked at Xiao Liulang. "Do you know him?" Xiao Liulang said calmly, "I don't know him." The waiter smiled again and said, "Master Liu said that he has set up a small banquet at the Drunken Cloud restaurant to entertain Master Xiao and your friends. He sincerely hopes that Master Xiao will do him the honor." "Ah, I was wondering what was going on. So it's another master who wants to get to know you." Xiao Liulang's 8-legged essay in the prefectural examination was too outstanding. Along the way, there were many people who wanted to get to know him. Feng Lin naturally thought that this Master Liu was one of them. "Are you going?" Feng Lin asked. "No." Xiao Liulang stood up. "Let's go back to the inn." "Oh." The two of them went to the inn to stay the night. The next day, they planned to go to the carriage shop to hire a good carriage. When they arrived at the entrance, they saw a man dressed as a waiter waiting outside with a smile. "Are you Master Xiao and Master Feng? My master has prepared a carriage to send you two back to the county." "Who is your master?" Feng Lin asked. "My master's surname is Liu," the waiter replied. Feng Lin muttered, "It can't be the one from yesterday, right?" Feng Lin glanced at the other side's carriage. Good fellow, it was even more luxurious than the Lin family's carriage. This Master Liu's background was not small. "I'm not sitting." Xiao Liulang refused without thinking. Feng Lin, great, talented and willful. The two of them hired the fastest carriage and spent twice as much silver as the other carriages. Without stopping, they headed in the direction of the county. Lin Chengye left the Lin family early in the morning. He planned to send Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin off, but in the end, there was nothing. He sighed. He didn't know if he would see them again in this life. After the provincial examination, the inner curtain officials began to grade the papers. There were a total of 12 inner curtain officials in groups of 4. Each paper was graded by 4 inner curtain officials. If there was not much difference in opinion, the total score would be calculated. If there was too much controversy, it would be presented to the chief examiner and the deputy chief examiner for them to decide again. The first test was the 3 classics and the 5 characters and 8 rhymed poems. The chief examiner was the correct rate and handwriting. In previous years, there were either high correct rates but poor handwriting, or excellent handwriting but not as good as another examinee. This year's situation was a bit special. There was an examinee who turned in a perfect answer sheet. Not only was the question not bad, but his handwriting made everyone feel ashamed of their inferiority. He deserved to be the first in the first test. This year's The Classic of Filial Piety stumped many examinees. An inner curtain official sighed with a smile. "Except for the one just now, I haven't seen a second examinee who wrote The Classic of Filial Piety correctly." "Hey, wait a minute." As soon as he finished speaking, he found another very excellent answer sheet. Although it was not all wrong, it was much better than the previous one. Especially The Classic of Filial Piety, he wrote it all correctly. The inner curtain official across from him said, "What a coincidence, I also have someone who wrote The Classic of Filial Piety correctly." The two looked at each other and smiled. This year's examinees unexpectedly made people surprised. But when they read the second test, the atmosphere became tense. The vassal kings had always been a big problem for the imperial court. They were either powerful dragons that had once occupied a region and had been given the title of vassal king by the imperial court, or they were feudal princes with royal blood. The former had military power, the latter had royal blood, so they were definitely a big problem. As the saying goes, how could one allow others to sleep beside one's bed? It was just that the imperial court did not have enough power to get rid of these vassal kings, so most of the officials in the imperial court did not advocate removing the vassal kings. Xianping Marquis Fu had always been at odds with Grand Tutor Zhuang, but on the matter of removing the vassal kings, the two families' opinions were surprisingly consistent. No one knew that this time's test questions had been set by the emperor himself. The emperor had wanted to listen to the voices of the people and see what kind of foresight and temperament the students of the Zhao country under his rule had. The result was a lot of flattery, but in this pile of flattery, there was one with outstanding literary talent. Although he did not advocate removing the vassal kings, he was not pandering to the winds of the imperial court. Instead, he analyzed the possible consequences of removing the vassal kings in the short term from the current situation of the entire Zhao country and how to obtain a win-win situation from the economy and agriculture under the pacification policy. This was an article that stunned all the inner curtain officials. If there were no accidents, The first place of the second test would be this article. But very quickly, an examiner found another article that advocated removing the vassal kings. The words used were so sharp that the inner curtain officials' faces turned white. Why didn't this guy just go to the throne room and scold the emperor and the civil and military officials? But, although he scolded fiercely, the reasoning behind his analysis could not be found wrong at all. Originally, when they had read that article, they had felt that it was a win-win situation or a new way out for both sides. But after reading this article that advocated removing the vassal kings, they instantly felt that they were asking a tiger for its skin. If the vassal kings were not removed, the Zhao country would be finished. Mother, The deputy head examiner wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He suddenly felt that the Zhao country was surrounded by danger. Was the Zhao country really in danger right now? Not really. It was just that this might not be the case in a few decades. This examinee had contained all the dangers in a few decades into a small discussion of the Dao, letting everyone personally feel the consequences and fear of not removing the vassal kings. This person's skill could be seen at a glance. In terms of literary attainment and writing skills, this examinee had won. The problem was, did they dare to give this kind of alarmist and even rebellious article the title of first place? If this was exposed to the emperor, who could bear the anger of the Son of Heaven? The emperor only wanted to see the thoughts of the examinees. He didn't really want to hear anyone scold him. The inner curtain officials hesitated. First put it to one side. The head examiner said. Once it was put to one side, it was put to one side for a long time. Even after the 8-part essay for the third test had been edited, they still hadn't decided which of the two articles would be first. Chapter 116. Xiao Liulang hired the fastest carriage and arrived at Clear Spring Town at the end of August. When they passed by Sky Fragrance Academy, Feng Lin first moved his luggage back to his dormitory. When he came out, he bumped into Principal Li. Principal Li was surprised to see him. Eh? How come you're so fast? Didn't you go to the provincial examination? Did you not make it or something? Where's Liulang? I made it. We came back right after the examination. I'll tell you the details later. Liulang is waiting for me outside. See you, Principal. Feng Lin laughed dryly and ran away. Who didn't know that Xiao Liulang was Principal Li's precious child? If he didn't run away quickly, Principal Li would ask him all sorts of questions. Feng Lin jumped onto the carriage. What's the matter? Xiao Liulang asked. Principal Li. Feng Lin said, don't let him catch you. If he asks you, you won't be able to go home. Xiao Liulang agreed and urged the coachman to hurry back to the village. The money for the carriage had already been paid in the provincial capital. However, the coachman had followed them all the way and worked as a coachman and a servant. It was really hard work. Xiao Liulang gave him 1 tael of silver. The coachman was flattered and hurriedly bowed. Be careful on the road. Xiao Liulang said. Hey. Thank you, young Master Xiao. The coachman happily got on the carriage. People in their line of work were paid for their hard work. Even though they had been gone for more than a month, they only had 2 or 3 taels of silver in their hands. With this 1 tael, their family's life would be much better next month. Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin walked into the village. When they left the village at the end of June, the late rice had just been planted. There were only sparse rice seedlings, but now they were all green. Wow! Your village's wheat is growing really well. This year's weather was abnormal. There was little rain and the fields were dry, causing many crops to die from drought. They had walked all the way from the provincial capital and witnessed it with their own eyes. They were shocked. However, the crops in Qingchuan village didn't seem to be affected by the drought. They were growing healthily. It's rice. Xiao Liulang corrected him, but the same doubt flashed through his mind. Why did the crops in his village grow so well? Oh, Feng Lin replied and suddenly pointed to the front. Look. Canals. Not bad, your village has even dug a canal. It's really different with Li Zhang around. After old Master Ji Yu stepped down, the the village elected a new village chief. Second Uncle Luo was a relative of the clan. It was said that he was almost 5 generations old. However, because they lived close to each other, the two families often interacted with each other, so their relationship was still considered close. Luo Lijing was not as cultured as Old Master Jiyu, but he was a practical man. If any of the villagers in the village were in trouble, he would lend a helping hand. But when it came to digging a canal, it wasn't that Xiao Liulang looked down on Luo Lijing, but they were all neighbors. After interacting with each other for so long, Xiao Liulang knew what Luo Lijing knew and did not. He was a relatively conservative village chief. He wouldn't easily carry out large-scale construction. Moreover, the village didn't have the money to carry out large-scale construction. "Hey, Liulang!" Feng Lin, who was at the side, called out again. "Look! Water wheels! Oh my god! Am I seeing things? Your village actually has a water wheel." The number of times Feng Lin had seen a water wheel in his life could be counted on one hand. Water wheels were good things. They could divert water from lower areas to higher areas. It was best used to irrigate the fields. However, water wheels were rare in this kind of small county. Usually, only the wealthier villages had water wheels. On their way back from the provincial capital, they had seen water wheels a few times. However, because of the drought, the village's ponds had run out of water, so the water wheels had become mere decorations. Feng Lin didn't understand. "Speaking of which, where did your village get the water?" Xiao Liulang's gaze followed the canal all the way to the back mountain of second Uncle Luo's house. He frowned and muttered, "Did they use the waterfall on the mountain?" That was no ordinary canal. It spanned half a mountain and required a lot of manpower and resources to dig it. Not only that, but they also needed to be very familiar with the terrain of the mountain. "Oh my! Liulang is back." It was Aunt Zhong. Aunt Zhong had just come out of second Uncle Luo's house with a basket of wild fruits in her hands. She felt that her family was in luck. Every time Xiao returned from his exams, the first person he saw was her. "Aunt Zhong." Xiao Liulang greeted her. "Aunt Zhong." Feng Lin also greeted her with a smile. Aunt Zhong already recognized Chief Feng Lin when he came to the village. She smiled and said, "You're finally back. This time you were gone longer than last time. The provincial capital is very far away. People in the countryside didn't know the date of the exams and the release of the results. They didn't know that Xiao Liulang was actually the first one to return home. They only thought that he had been away for a month longer than last time." Xiao Liulang didn't explain anything and said, "Yes, the provincial capital is farther than the prefectural capital. I walked for half a month longer than last time." "I knew it." Aunt Zhong had an "I'm very smart" look on her face. "Okay, you've been away for so many days. You must be thinking about Jiaonyang. Hurry back, she's here." Today was Tianxiang Academy's holiday, but the private school wasn't. Jiyu Xiaoshun went to town to take care of the 2 babies. Jiyu Jiao was working at home. Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin entered the house. The first person they saw wasn't Jiyu Jiao, but a man dressed like a farmer. The two of them were stunned. The man heard movement at the door and turned around. His eyes lit up. "Liulang? This is Scholar Feng, right?" Feng Lin stared blankly. "Ah, I am." "You are Luo Lijing." Xiao Liulang greeted him. Luo Lijing scratched his head and smiled. Feng Lin suddenly realized. "You're the newly appointed Li Zheng. You're really amazing. You dug the canal and made the water wheel. All the crops in the village have been revived by you." Luo Lijing stared blankly at first, then smiled honestly. "Scholar Feng, you're mistaken. The one who dug the canal wasn't me, and the one who made the water wheel wasn't me." Feng Lin's face was full of surprise. "If it wasn't you, then who was it?" Xiao Liulang had a vague guess in his heart. He subconsciously looked towards the back door of the central room. Coincidentally, Jiyu Jiao entered the central room while wiping her hands. When she saw Xiao Liulang, her steps paused. She knew when the provincial examination would end and when the results would be released. She estimated that Xiao Liulang would only return after the results were released. She didn't expect him to return so soon. Her stunned expression was a little naturally dazed. Xiao Liulang felt his heart tremble uncontrollably. He calmly shifted his gaze away and greeted Luo Lijing. Luo Lijing was confused. Didn't he just greet him? Jiyu Jiao looked at Xiao Liulang and unconsciously curved her lips. Why are you back so soon? Why didn't you stay in the provincial capital to play for a few more days? Xiao Liulang lightly said, there's nothing fun in the provincial capital. Jiyu Jiao, oh. Luo Lijing smiled. I was just talking about you. Feng Xiaozai asked me if I dug the canal and made the water wheel. Haha, how could I have such ability? As he spoke, he said to Feng Lin, it's Jiaonyang. Ah! Feng Lin was dumbfounded. Jiyu Jiao opened up the mountain to plant herbs and even dug a fish pond. When the water from the waterfall entered the fish pond, she also dug a canal to the village. The weather was dry and the waterfall on the mountain was much smaller, but it was still enough to irrigate the farmland in the village. Xiao Liulang looked deeply at Jiyu Jiao. It can't be. You've only been gone for 2 months and you even dug a fish pond. Feng Lin knew about Jiyu Jiao buying a mountain, but he didn't expect Jiyu Jiao to be so swift and decisive. Luo Lijing said to Jiyu Jiao, that's right, I went to the village's carpenters to make the wooden cart for threshing and transporting the grains that you told us about last time. But they couldn't make it so quickly. They told me to ask you, what kind of wood is better? Jiyu Jiao thought for a moment and said, red pine, poplar, sandalwood, or basswood are all good. They are hard and not easy to deform. Okay. Then I'll go first. Luo Lijing said and turned to congratulate Xiao Liulang and Feng Lin in advance, wishing them good results in the provincial examination. What's a cart for threshing and transporting the grains? Feng Lin asked curiously. Jiyu Jiao explained, it's a cart that can separate the grains from the ears of the rice, as well as a cart that can filter out the grains that aren't full enough, leaving only the normal grains. There's such a thing. Feng Lin expressed his doubt. Although he couldn't distinguish wheat fields from rice fields, he still knew how to remove the grains. It was to grab a bundle of rice and smash it on the ground with brute force. Not to mention the trouble of smashing, one might not even be able to remove all the grains. The grains that were not removed had to be carefully plucked by hand. When he was young, he had picked grains for others for half a copper coin a day. As for separating the grains from the good grains, it was usually done by drying the grains under the sun and picking a windy day to raise the grains. The good grains were heavier and would fall to the ground. The grains were lighter and would be blown to the side by the wind. After pounding the rice, they would also use the method of raising the grains to separate the rice from the husks. The grain-raising cart that Jiyu Jiao asked people to make was the same as the grain-raising cart. It could separate the grains from the bad grains and could also separate the rice from the husks. The only difference was that the grain-raising cart was more efficient, less laborious, and more thorough. Originally, Luo Lijing didn't believe that there was such a useful thing, but after seeing Jiyu Jiao dig the canals and make the water wheel for the villagers, Luo Lijing believed in her ability and character without any doubt. In the evening, Jiyu Yang and his 2 brothers arrived home. Little Jing Kong's eyelids had been twitching since noon. When he entered the house and saw his bad brother-in-law, he finally understood why his eyelids had been twitching for the whole afternoon. He walked into the house and looked at his bad brother-in-law with a serious face. Well, he didn't lose weight. He didn't need to worry about Jiao Jiao. He pulled Xiao Liulang to the backyard and asked Xiao Liulang to pick the dates from the jujube tree for him. Xiao Liulang looked up at the branches and said, it's almost September. Where are the dates? Little Jing Kong stared at the top of Xiao Liulang's head. He had strictly recorded his bad brother-in-law's height before, and he could barely reach the first branch. Now, his bad brother-in-law had already surpassed the branch. His bad brother-in-law had grown taller. In the Zhao Kingdom, giving patent paper was equivalent to giving flowers. Under the moonlight, a beautiful woman would add fragrance to the flowers. However, Jiyu Jiao's smile froze on her face. The old lady, whose sesame candy was confiscated, laughed until she was convulsing. There was a kind of romance that Liu Lang thought was very romantic. Feng Lin also brought some things. There were a few pieces of smoked donkey meat and a bottle of Xiaodaozi wine. The Xiaodaozi wine was a gift from the shop. Jiyu Jiao had never drunk ancient wine. It did not seem too strong. She tasted it twice. She did not have any reaction during dinner. When she was washing the dishes, the wine kicked in. Xiao Liulang first sent Feng Lin to the village entrance. Then, he came back to give little Jing Kong a bath. When he went to the kitchen to find Jiyu Jiao had already thrown the half-washed dishes into the pot. She was sitting on the doorsill at the back door of the central room. Her back was facing Xiao Liulang. She was motionlessly looking at the starry sky. Xiao Liulang walked over and asked, "What are you looking at?" Jiyu Jiao slowly turned her head. Her expression was blank and wooden. Her small face was flushed red. Her big eyes were moist and sparkling. Her appearance was different from her usual cold and aloof self. It was as if she had turned into a child in an instant, looking especially innocent. "Looking at the stars," she said. Her voice was soft, with a hint of muddle-headedness. Xiao Liulang took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He said, "Let's go back to the house. It's dark." "I'm not going back." She shook her head and pouted. Well, little Jing Kong was usually like this. She had drunk so much that she looked like she was 3 years old. Jiyu Jiao continued to look up at the stars. "Liu Lang," she suddenly said. Chapter 117. You can find all the novels that you can't find on the internet here. It was the first time she called him that. She used to call him husband, but it wasn't an intimate way of calling him husband and wife. It was more like she called him by his official position in the family because she didn't want to call him by his name. It was the same as when he called Jiyu Lijing or Luo Lijing. Xiao Liulang sat down beside her. Jiyu Jiao looked at the endless starry sky and asked, "Do you know why the stars in the sky don't fall down?" Xiao Liulang looked at her and asked, "Why?" Jiyu Jiao said with a silly smile, "Because they are too far away. They all have their own positions and trajectories." It was the first time Xiao Liulang had heard this, so he asked, "If they are really too far away, why can we see them?" "Because they are big." Jiyu Jiao raised her hand. She couldn't move her hand because of the alcohol. "They look small, but they are all very, very big. Do you know what kind of star that is?" "Which one?" Xiao Liulang asked. "That one." Jiyu Jiao pointed at the star to him. In order to let him see it more clearly, she moved her hand in front of his eyes. This movement made her soft body stick to his shoulder. Xiao Liulang froze. "Do you see it?" Jiyu Jiao asked drunkenly. Xiao Liulang responded absent-mindedly. The fragrance of the young girl penetrated his nose and disturbed his thoughts. Jiyu Sansui, the initiator, didn't know anything about it. She whispered in his ear, "Do you know what star that is?" "I'll only tell you. You can't tell anyone else. It's Venus. You people here call it Chang'e star." Her breath carried small circles of heat that landed on his earlobe. He didn't hear a single word she said. He only felt his ears burning. Jiyu Sansui pinched his earlobe. "Huh? What happened to your ears? So red. Is it hot?" As she spoke, she actually pursed her lips and blew on them for him. Xiao Liulang shuddered when her fingertips were slightly cold. He had thought that this was already torturous enough, but who would have thought that she would make it worse? "Jiyu Jiao." Xiao Liulang grabbed her hand and forced her to sit up straight. "Stop fooling around. I'm a man. I know." "No, you're not a man yet. You're not even 18 yet. You can't be considered a real man. You're still a child." Jiyu Jiao groaned and waved her hand. Xiao Liulang looked at her dangerously. "Do you want me to prove to you that I'm not a man?" His words were full of threat, but Jiyu Sisui wasn't scared at all. Instead, he stared at him blankly and said seriously, "Liu Lang, you're so handsome." Xiao Liulang took a deep breath and said, "You've drunk too much." Let me help you back to your room. Jiyu Jiao mumbled, I haven't washed the dishes yet. Xiao Liulang said, let me wash them. Jiyu Jiao said, okay. Xiao Liulang helped Jiyu Jiao up. With one hand on the crutch and the other on her arm, he helped her back to her room. Lying on the soft bed, she kicked off her shoes and stared at him with wide eyes. Liulang, I really want to go out and have a look. Xiao Liulang had intended to ask her where she wanted to go when she was so drunk, but he realized that the go out she was talking about was probably not going out the door. Where do you want to go? He asked while looking at her. Jiyu Jiao let out a bitter laugh and lowered her eyes to look at the distant starry sky. I don't know. I've been here for so long, but the farthest place I've been is the hot spring villa. Come here. Was her mouth really muddled? Did she forget that she was born and raised in Qingchuan village? Jiyu Jiao rested her chin on her hand and asked, what's outside the county? Xiao Liulang thought for a moment and said, the big counties, prefectural cities, and provincial capitals. Also, the capital. Jiyu Jiao laughed mischievously. Then I want to go to the big counties, prefectural cities, and provincial capitals. You don't want to go to the capital? Xiao Liulang stared at her. At this moment, Jiyu Jiao still had a trace of reason left. She remembered that he didn't want to set foot in the capital. She smiled drunkenly and waved her hand. I don't want to go. What's so good about the capital? It's enough to go to other places. If I go back one day, I can brag about it to people. Xiao Liulang looked at her strangely, waiting for her to explain these strange words. However, she tilted her head and hugged his hand, snoring softly. The feeling of having a hangover was not good. When Jiyu Jiao woke up, it was already late in the morning. Her head still hurt. The moment she sat up, she felt that her head was going to explode. In her previous life, she wouldn't get drunk even if she drank 1,000 or 10,000 cups. This body was too weak. 1 cup was enough to burn a knife. Jiyu Jiao endured the headache and opened the small medicine box. At the top of the box was a box of hangover medicine. Hey! How did you know I was drunk? Jiyu Jiao weakly took the medicine and patted the small medicine box. This is the most considerate you've ever been. The small medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Jiyu Jiao dressed neatly. After the hangover, her body was more than a little sluggish. She picked up her shoes 3 times and dropped them on the ground twice. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Who is it? Jiyu Jiao asked. Shivering, dog, doll. It was Go Wa's voice. Then, it was Xueningsiang's voice. Sure, don't disturb Jiao Niang's sleep. Go Wa was taken away by Xueningsiang. She guessed that she overslept and no one made breakfast. Grandma Bai didn't eat Xiao Liulang's dark cuisine, so she called Xueningsiang over. After Jiyu Jiao dressed neatly, she sat on the bed dizzily for a while before she opened the door and walked out. Grandma Bai, Jiyu Xiaoshan, and Jiyu Yang sat upright at the table in the central room. When they heard the sound of the door opening, they all looked at her in unison. Great aunt. Jiyu Jiao greeted. Her gaze fell on Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoxian's faces. Hey! Is the private school and the academy on holiday today? Why didn't the 2 of you go to school? Where are your brother-in-law and little Jing Kong? The 2 of them didn't speak. They just looked at her with a serious face. Are you okay? Grandma Bai asked suspiciously. I'm fine. What's wrong? Jiyu Jiao said. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other. Jiyu Xiaoshan whispered, usually, those who say they're not drunk are drunk. Usually, those who say they're fine, Jiyu Yang said expressionlessly, they're all crazy. Grandma Bai and Jiyu Xiaoshan nodded in unison. It's so early in the morning. Jiyu Jiao looked at the 3 of them strangely. Then, she went to the kitchen to find something to eat. Little Jing Kong was squatting under the jujube tree to clean the chicken poop. He didn't see Jiyu Jiao walking behind him. Jiyu Jiao went into the kitchen. Xiao Liulang was making hangover soup. It was made with pea sprouts and added a little salt. It was a folk recipe for hangover. Morning. Jiyu Jiao said. Xiao Liulang looked at her quietly. He added a ladle of water into the pot and said, "You're awake." Yes. Jiyu Jiao rubbed her dizzy temples. She suddenly remembered that she went to see the stars in the middle of washing the dishes last night. She couldn't remember what happened after that. I drank too much yesterday. I didn't do anything strange, did I? She asked casually. Obviously, she had full confidence in her alcohol tolerance. Xiao Liulang looked at her with a complicated expression. In the yard, Jing Kong finished cleaning up the last pile of chicken poop. He carried a bucket to water the pea sprouts that he planted in the vegetable field. He hummed and sang while watering, "I have a donkey tilde, I never ride it tilde one day, I rode it to the market on a whim." Jiyu Jiao's brain exploded. An unbearable memory flashed through her mind. She was standing on a high bed. Xiao Liulang was standing in front of her with a serious face. She had a pair of shoelaces tied to her head. She was holding a small belt in her hand. She twisted it and sang to Xiao Liulang. "I'm holding a small leather whip in my hand and I'm proud of it tilde. I don't know why I fell down and was covered in mud. Little brother, I fell down, I need a kiss before I can get up. Sitting like a duck, tilting its head to kill, cute." Jiyu Jiao staggered. She felt as if there were 10,000 arrows in her heart. Little Jing Kong finished watering the pea sprouts and started watering the soybean sprouts. Then, he changed the song he was singing. "I'm the Mount Tai next door tilde, hold on to the vines of love tilde, listen to me tilde, oh tilde." In her mind, she lifted Liulang's chin and sang, "You're the beautiful Jenny tilde, hold my hand and wander around the capital tilde, oh tilde, don't be afraid of my Liulang tilde, oh tilde." Jiyu Jiao's legs went soft. She supported herself on the stove. She was so drunk, but she still knew how to change the lyrics. Jiyu Jiao's heart was filled with arrows. Her legs went soft and she supported herself on the stove. That's it, that's it. Jiyu Jiao waited in fear for little Jing Kong's follow-up song. She waited for a long time, but there was no response. That's it, that's it, that's it. However, little Jing Kong started singing before she could breathe a sigh of relief. He was building up his emotions just now. The next song required him to put in a very sorrowful mood. This was a very difficult task for a 3-year-old child. He held a small bucket in one hand and looked forward solemnly. He raised a small ladle with his other hand. "True love tilde is as vast as the grassland tilde, layers upon layers tilde, wind and rain cannot stop us tilde, there will always be a day when the clouds part tilde, the sun shines on you and me tilde." Jiyu Jiao's mind was filled with images again. She jumped down from the bed halfway through the song and looked at Xiao Liulang affectionately. "Snowflakes fluttering in the north wind, heaven and earth are vast plum blossoms in winter, standing proudly in the snow only for the fragrance of my lover, love my love without any complaints or regrets." The song was not finished yet. Xiao Liulang turned around and left, but she sat on the ground and hugged his thigh. She started to wail and howl, "Love even in death, I won't be happy if I don't fully express my feelings. Love even in death, I won't be happy if I don't cry until I smile. The heart of the universe is still there." Jiyu Jiao was in a bad mood. It was worse than walking 2 streets and only realizing that she forgot to wear her underwear. Xiao Liulang looked at her and said, "The hangover soup is ready." Jiyu Jiao said awkwardly, No, I'm awake." But it was better not to wake up. Jiyu Jiao did not know how she got back to her room. She opened the medicine box and rummaged through it. Amnesia pills, knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. "I'm not in." Jiyu Jiao stuck her head into the medicine box. Xiao Liulang, who saw this scene through the crack in the door, was speechless. Xiao Liulang cleared his throat and said seriously, "I'm going to the county office. The enrollment documents for the Imperial College have been sent out to all the counties. There's a recommendation for each county. I'm going to see if there's any news from the county office." He was the top scorer in the county. If there were no accidents, the recommendation would be his. Jiyu Jiao pulled her head out of the medicine box. There was still a box of hangover medicine on her forehead. She asked in a daze, "You want to study at the Imperial College?" "The Imperial College in the capital?" Xiao Liulang said, "Yes, there's only one Imperial College in the country of Zhao. Why are you suddenly, you want to go to the capital?" Before she could finish her question, she suddenly stopped talking. "Don't you know why this happened? You've been crazy for a whole night. You don't want me to be scared out of my wits." Jiyu Jiao said, "I'll go with you." Xiao Liulang said, "Okay." By the time Jiyu Jiao finished washing up and changed her clothes, no one could tell anything was wrong when she came out of the house. She had regained her calm expression. The old lady, Jiyu Yang, and Jiyu Xiaoshun stared at her for a long time, but they could not see anything. Jiyu Jiao said lightly, "You guys, you're not allowed to skip school. Go get your school bags." "Okay." Jiyu Xiaoshun nodded. This was his elder sister. His elder sister was back. Jiyu Yang also nodded and went to the room to get their school bags. When little Jing Kong heard that Jiao Jiao was going to take them to school, he happily walked out with his school bags. Jiao Jiao. Jiyu Jiao patted his little head. Last night, there was only one person in the family who was not frightened by Jiyu Jiao, and that was little Jing Kong. In his eyes, Jiao Jiao did not do anything strange. The way he looked at Jiao Jiao was also the same as usual. Jiyu Jiao was very gratified. However, it turned out that she was gratified too early. A group of people sat in second Uncle Luo's ox cart. Little Jing Kong sat next to Jiyu Jiao. The autumn air was refreshing and the cool breeze was blowing. Everyone in the cart tacitly chose to lose their memories. Only little Jing Kong raised his head and looked at Jiyu Jiao seriously. "Jiao Jiao, the song you sang last night was really nice. I learned all of it." He was clearly touching on her sore spot. Jiyu Jiao, who was poked inside out, was speechless. Little Jing Kong patted his chest and said, "I'll sing Jiao Jiao every day from now on." Jiyu Jiao imagined the horrible scene of being dominated by little Jing Kong's magical singing. "Jiyu Jiao, strike her with lightning." Chapter 118. Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang first sent their 3 younger brothers to Qianxiang Academy and the private school, then the 2 of them went to the Yamen together. The enrollment documents for the Imperial College had been issued, and the name list had been announced. However, it wasn't Xiao Liulang. "How could this be?" Jiyu Jiao asked. "This." Magistrate Liu had an awkward expression. He awkwardly looked at Xiao Liulang, then looked at Jiyu Jiao. "I don't know if I should say it." "There's no harm in saying it," Xiao Liulang said. Magistrate Liu sighed. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was something going on behind the scenes. Ever since the county had held the exam, there had never been a student more outstanding than Xiao Liulang. Even though Xiao Liulang had failed in the exam, he was still ranked first in the county. Moreover, he was a student of Qianxiang Academy. Headmaster Li had unilaterally announced that he was a direct disciple. His reputation was clean, and there wasn't a single blemish on it. Magistrate Liu was also worried. The first person he wrote down was Xiao Liulang's name, but who let him I really can't say. "Please let me go. I'm just a lowly county magistrate. I can't afford to offend those nobles." "Who did you give the name to?" Jiyu Jiao asked. Magistrate Liu hesitated, then said, "A student with the surname Feng. His name is Feng Lin." Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang's expressions froze. "Which Feng Lin?" Jiyu Jiao frowned. "The Feng Lin from Qianxiang Academy?" Magistrate Liu was shocked. He looked at the 2 of them and said, "Ah, yes. You know him?" Jiyu Jiao turned to Xiao Liulang and asked, "How many Feng Lins does your academy have?" "Only one," Xiao Liulang said. Jiyu Jiao mumbled, "That's strange. Why is Feng Lin's result higher than yours?" "No, it's not about the results," Xiao Liulang said to the county magistrate. "He's not a local at all. He's from Song County. How could he get a local quota?" "That's what I said, but..." Magistrate Liu was halfway through his sentence when he realized that he had almost spilled the beans. He quickly corrected himself. "In short, There's nothing I can do. Scholar Xiao, Lady Xiao, you can go back first. Magistrate Liu really felt sorry for Xiao Liulang. He was such a good seedling. It was a pity that he didn't join a good family. Otherwise, how could his future be estimated? This matter should have nothing to do with Fenglin, Xiao Liulang explained to Jiyu Jiao as he walked out. Yes, I know. Jiyu Jiao nodded her head. The two of them weren't people who would lose their minds easily. Perhaps when others heard this news, their first reaction would be to suspect Fenglin. However, they both knew Fenglin's character. He wouldn't stab Xiao Liulang in the back. Moreover, he couldn't do it. He didn't have any power or background. This matter was clearly targeted at Xiao Liulang. The other party wanted to use Fenglin to suppress Xiao Liulang. Their intentions were to be executed. Jiyu Jiao said, "Why don't we go to the prefectural city and ask?" "Oh, don't go." The document was sent from the prefectural city. Magistrate Liu heard that they wanted to appeal and was very worried that he would lose his official position. He hurriedly chased after them and said, "To tell you the truth, that person is a noble from the capital. You won't find him even if you go to the prefectural city." "What noble from the capital?" Jiyu Jiao only knew one noble from the capital who had a problem with Xiao Liulang. "A marquis." Magistrate Liu said that the person who sent the document accidentally let it slip and let him know that it was a marquis. However, as for which marquis he really couldn't say it even if he was beaten to death. "A marquis?" Jiyu Jiao muttered. As soon as she finished speaking, a carriage stopped in front of the county Yarman. Marquis Jiyu swaggered down and straightened his clothes in high spirits. Then, his gaze landed on Jiyu Jiao and the little cripple, Xiao Liulang. "Oh, it's you. What a coincidence. Don't tell me you heard about the directorate's enrollment and came to see if there was a spot for you. Aya, let this marquis guess, there are no more spots, right? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha." Marquis Jiyu put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I need to talk to him," Jiyu Jiao said to Xiao Liulang and dragged Marquis Jiyu into the carriage. Dong, 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 bang, bang, bang. After a moment of chaos, Marquis Jiyu collapsed in the corner of the carriage, his face ashen. Jiyu Jiao grabbed him by the collar and said coldly, "Change the spot for me." The moment Magistrate Liu saw Marquis Jiyu, he hurried back to the Yarman and rummaged through the brocade box that Marquis Jiyu had sent. When he brought the brocade box to the side of the carriage, Marquis Jiyu had been beaten beyond recognition. He couldn't directly ask Marquis Jiyu to lift the curtain, so he said respectfully, "Marquis, I'm afraid I can't do what you asked me to do. You're too late. The quota for the directorate has already been decided by someone else. You should take your things back." Marquis Jiyu had no strength to speak. Jiyu Jiao paused and looked at Marquis Jiyu, who had been beaten into a punching bag. She asked, "You didn't do anything about the quota?" Marquis Jiyu was on his last breath. What did I do?" Jiyu Jiao, I beat up the wrong person." Jiyu Jiao clapped her hands and got off the carriage with a serious expression. Marquis Jiyu had originally planned to do something, but it wasn't to prevent Xiao Liulang from going to the directorate. On the contrary, it was to allow him to go. Because only if Xiao Liulang went, could Jiyu Jiao go with him to the capital. He had Huang Zhong send an order to Magistrate Liu that very night. He also sent a large sum of hush money to have Magistrate Liu leave the quota for him. Just now, he had mocked Xiao Liulang for not having a quota because he was confident that the quota was already in his hands. Although it was to be given to Xiao Liulang, having that girl beg him a few times was also not bad. What he did not expect was that not long after Huang Zhong left, another noble person's order arrived. That Marquis's power was even higher than Marquis Ding An. Magistrate Liu could only let Marquis Ding An down. Of course, he would not say it out loud. He only knew that Marquis Ding An had come too late. Marquis Jiyu felt wronged as he looked at the sky. Why was he beaten again today? On the way back, Jiyu Jiao did not ask Xiao Liulang why the Marquis of the capital had set his eyes on him. Was he not going to the capital because of that marquis? If he wanted to say, she did not need to ask. If he did not want to say, asking was pointless. Jiu Jiao sent Xiao Liulang to Heavenly Fragrance Academy. Just as she left, Xiao Liulang was stopped by a person. Xiao Liulang indifferently turned around. "It's you again?" The middle-aged man cupped his hands towards Xiao Liulang. With a face full of smiles, he said, "Long time no see. Young master still remembers this Liu." Xiao Liulang's expression was cold as he said, "The matter of the quota was done by you?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Young master was not willing to obediently return to the manor with us, so we could only use this method. That young master Feng is young master's friend. Instead of benefiting others, it is better to benefit him. Of course, if young master agrees to return to the manor with me, I can change the quota right now." Xiao Liulang was too lazy to pay attention to him and turned around to leave. The middle-aged man meaningfully said, "Young master, do you really not want to study at the Imperial College? That is a place that all scholars in the world want to go to. Moreover, the registration documents will be submitted to the Imperial Court tomorrow. Young master only has one night to think about it. Once the documents are sent out from the relay station, even the marquis will not be able to get the documents back." Xiao Liulang's footsteps paused. "I said before, I am not a member of the Xiao family and I do not know you. I will not return to the Xiao family with you. You should give up." The middle-aged man sighed. "Sigh, why bother? Young master, this isn't a wise decision. You don't want to walk on the broad road, but you want to cross the single-plank bridge." Xiao Liulang said, "You can let me go back, but write my name and Feng Lin's name together." "Young master, you must be joking. I spent a lot of effort to obtain this quota." If it was so easy to enter the Imperial College, there would not be so many candidates fighting to get in. Xiao Liulang turned around to look at him. "Isn't there still the provincial examination? Since you are so powerful, why don't you just change my results to first place? I am a top scorer, so I can enter the Imperial College without any recommendation." Top scorers from all over the country were directly admitted to the Imperial College. This was the rule of Zhao country. The middle-aged man smiled. "We cannot interfere in the provincial examination. There is only one quota. I advise young master not to waste this opportunity. I will remind young master one last time. After tomorrow, there will be no turning back. If that is the case, then you cannot interfere in the provincial examination." Xiao Liulang coldly curved his lips and walked away disdainfully. Steward Liu was confused. He touched his chin and sucked in a breath of cold air. Did he miss something? In September, the provincial examination results came out. The relay station rushed to send the newly released second-class roll to all over the country. The county magistrate woke up before the sun rose. He did not wait at the Yamen, but went directly to the relay station. The moment he received the second-class roll, his hands began to tremble. He could not wait to open it. On the rightmost column, there were 5 words written in large letters: "Top scorer, Xiao Liulang." The county magistrate cried on the spot. He sat on the ground and hugged his head. "Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo." The constable at the side was frightened. "County magistrate, you. What happened to you?" The county magistrate's eyes were brimming with tears. "I am so happy. The county magistrate under my rule has finally produced a top scorer." First place in the provincial examination was not so easy to obtain. There were many top scorers in the provincial capital. After all, the families and teachers of the provincial capital's candidates were there. The reason why so many people would travel thousands of miles to study at Tianxiang Academy was because Tianxiang Academy had the best teachers outside of the provincial capital. There were a total of 50 top scorers on the second-class roll. 10 of them were from Tianxiang Academy. This was a frightening ratio. However, these 10 top scorers were not all local scholars. Feng Lin and Lin Changye were also top scorers. Feng Lin was ranked 17th. He was a scholar from Song County. Lin Changye was ranked 45th. He was a scholar from the provincial capital. The county magistrate counted. There was only Xiao Liulang among the top scorers. 1 was 1. He was a top scorer. 1 was worth 10. He would not accept any rebuttals. The constable scratched his head and said, "Actually, Scholar Xiao. No, I should call him top scorers now. Top scorer Xiao was registered in our county because he married Miss Gu. Otherwise, he would still be a foreigner." The county magistrate, I don't care. His household register is here. He is the first top scorer in my term. The county magistrate personally went to Xiao Liulang to report the good news. The entire village knew that Xiao Liulang had become a top scorer. Did my Da Shun pass? Zhu Shi excitedly ran over to Jiyu Jiao's house to ask the county magistrate. The county magistrate looked at her indifferently. Jiyu Dashiran's name is not there. How can it not be? Zhu Shi did not believe him. Xiao Liulang passed. How can my Da Shun not pass? The county magistrate said, I don't like what you're saying. Is Xiao Liulang worse than your Da Shun? In Zhu Shi's impression, Jiyu Dashun had always been the best. Xiao Liulang was lame and poor. Even if he went to the academy, he was always the last place. If this kind of person could pass, why couldn't Da Shun pass? Did you make a mistake? Zhu Shi turned her head and saw Xiao Liulang coming back from the academy. She quickly went forward and said, Liulang, tell auntie that Da Shun also pass. Xiao Liulang said to Zhu Shi, I didn't see Jiyu Dashun during the provincial examination. A bolt from the blue, the family sold the dowry of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and collected a total of 20 taels of silver. They asked Jiyu Changhai to bring Jiyu Dashun to the provincial examination. Who knew that someone would cheat them of all the money on the way? Zhu Shi fainted on the spot and was carried home by the villagers. Little Jing Kong came out of the private school and heard from Jiyu Xiaoshun that his bad brother-in-law got the first place. He expressed his disbelief and insisted that someone else must have made a mistake. It's true. Jiyu Xiaoshun scratched his head. The whole academy is in an uproar. Little Jing Kong insisted that seeing was believing. Jiyu Xiaoshun had to bring him and Jiyu Yang to the county magistrate's office. He was very small and the list was very high. He looked up for a long time and then said, I want to see the official document from the magistrate's office. The constables were dumbfounded. Little kid, you know about the official document. After knowing that he was Xiao Liulang's younger brother, the magistrate took out the official document and showed it to him. Little Jing Kong read it carefully 3 times. After confirming that it was not forged and that there was no mistake, he nodded with a serious face. He did get the first place. Chapter 119. All the novels that you can't find online are available here. Bad brother-in-law's grades were so bad. It was not easy for him to get first place. Little Jingkong decided to praise his bad brother-in-law when he got back. However, when he got home, he realized that there was no need for him to praise his good brother-in-law. There were many people in the house. They were all here to congratulate his bad brother-in-law. See, he was right. His bad brother-in-law's grades were indeed bad. Therefore, everyone was surprised when he got first place. Little Jing Kong, who knew nothing about the value of the top scorer, decided to take back his praise. After everyone in the house left, Little Jing Kong found Xiao Liulang, who was packing up in the west room. Xiao Liulang looked at the little guy with his hands behind his back, acting like a little adult. He asked, Do you have something to say to me? Yes. Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. He looked like a teacher with his hands behind his back. Even his tone was very similar. You've heard praises all day, so I won't say more. Don't be arrogant just because you've heard too many praises. You have to be humble and study harder. Otherwise, you'll be laughed at if you don't get first place next time. Xiao Liulang looked at him. Who's laughing at? You. Little Jing Kong snorted. I'm not that lame. If you don't get first place, you can't support your family. I'm not an adult yet. Xiao Liulang smiled faintly. Didn't you say that it's okay if I don't do well? Little Clear Sky was at a loss for words. Xiao Liulang chuckled. Did you remember? No, you remembered wrongly. I didn't say that. Little Jing Kong decisively exercised his privilege as a child, reneging on a debt. This was the knowledge that he had learned in elementary school, taught to him by his deskmate who had been his deskmate for the entire day. Then, little Jing Kong quickly changed his position and looked for Jiyu Jiao to be her little tail. During dinner, Jiyu Jiao talked about Xiao Liulang going to the Imperial College. Aren't you going? The old lady asked. Jiyu Jiao said seriously, why should I go? I'm not studying, I'm not curious about Beijing, not at all. Everyone looked at her in disbelief. Who was the one crying and singing that she wanted to go to the capital that night? Ha ha ha. Jiyu Jiao was inseparable from the family. It was okay for 1 or 2 days. Xuaningxiang could withstand it. If it was too long, she would die. In the end, the family unanimously decided to go to the capital together. But can a single travel permit bring our entire family? Jiyu Jiao didn't want to miss out on anyone. One is not enough, Xiao Liulang said, but we still have Feng Lin. With his help, we should be able to enter the capital. Steward Liu thought that his plan was perfect, but he didn't know that he had been played by Xiao Liulang. If he didn't scheme against Xiao Liulang wouldn't have gotten what he wanted. The Imperial College opened at the end of October, and it was already September. They had to hurry up and get on the road. Jiyu Jiao left the matter of opening the mountain to Luo Lijing. Although Luo Lijing didn't study much, he could still read. Moreover, his son had passed the Imperial College examination, so he could understand the drawings and plans left by Jiyu Jiao. There wasn't anything valuable in the house. They only had Liulang's books. Xuaningxiang said that she would help take care of them. Oh right, Go Wa's second uncle is also in Beijing. If you go there, help me meet him. I'll bring something to him. Okay. Jiyu Jiao agreed. Xiao Liulang went to Tianxiang Academy and the private school to apply for the withdrawal of his 3 younger brothers. Jiyu Yang didn't like to go to school, so he was happy to be able to withdraw. Jiyu Xiaoshan went to the academy to learn how to carve characters on wood. In fact, he could learn from little Jing Kong. As for little Jing Kong, with his level, he couldn't find a suitable class in the private school. If he wanted to skip a grade, he would be in the class that specialized in the Imperial College examination. The Imperial College had a preliminary class, and there were many young geniuses in the preliminary class. Xiao Liulang felt that little Jing Kong was more suitable. Xiao Liulang also went to greet Dean Li. Dean Li had mixed feelings. He hoped that Xiao Liulang could go to Beijing for the Imperial College examination every day, but when he really went, he suddenly felt very reluctant. He sighed. Forget it. No matter where you go, you'll always be my disciple. Xiao Liulang wanted to say something but stopped. I'm afraid you won't be able to become my disciple for the rest of your life. Speaking of which, I should have had a younger brother in Beijing. Dean Li suddenly said, unfortunately, he died young. I didn't even have the chance to see him. Xiao Liulang glanced at him indifferently. He walked out of Zhongheng Hall and sneezed loudly. Jiyu Jiao took little Jing Kong to the temple. Little Jing Kong said goodbye to the abbot, his senior brothers, and his friends. He didn't see his master. However, little Jing Kong was used to it. His master was rarely in the temple all year round. Are you going on a long trip too? Little monk Jing Fan asked. 4 little monks sat on the steps of the temple, each holding a string of vegetarian meatballs made by Jiyu Jiao. Little Jing Kong ate a mouthful of Chinese characters and sighed. Yes, my bad brother-in-law is admitted to the Imperial College. Our whole family is going to go to school with him. But why did you say so? Jing Fan smiled and said, because we're going on a long trip too. The abbot is going to take us to the Dharma conference. Oh. Jiyu Jiao had seen a few small boxes like this when she was packing up little Jing Kong's things at home, but she had never opened them. Okay. Jiao Jiao, do it. Little Jing Kong nodded decisively. Jiyu Jiao opened the small box. There were a few thumb-sized seals and a few documents inside. They were not ordinary documents, but house deeds. The three of them were very surprised. Let me see, Xiao Liulang said. Okay. Jiyu Jiao took out the house deeds and handed them to Xiao Liulang. Zhong Bao also came over to take a look. It was fine if he didn't take a look, but when he did, he was almost scared out of his wits. The houses on Chang'an Avenue, Xuanwu Avenue, and even Vermilion Bird Avenue. Did he go all the way to the Imperial Palace? Is this a real house deed? Jiyu Jiao asked Xiao Liulang. It's real, Xiao Liulang said. Jing Kong's name is written on the house deed, so it's his house deed. Jiyu Jiao looked at little Jing Kong in her arms. How did you get these? Little Jing Kong looked at the house deeds in Xiao Liulang's hands, counted with his fingers, and said, Jiao Jiao, are you talking about these papers? Master gave them to me. He gives me one every year on my birthday. I have celebrated 3 birthdays in total, so there are 3 of them. Jiyu Jiao, Xiao Liulang, Zhong Bao. Jiyu Jiao suddenly couldn't look at the big box of junk in little Jing Kong's eyes. The locations of the 3 houses were better than the previous one. Zhong Bao was just bragging that the house that cost 100 taels of silver was diagonally opposite the Imperial College. It was 500 steps away from the Imperial College, but in reality, it was more than 1,000 steps away. The house that little Jing Kong's master gave him was much closer to the Imperial College. After walking out of the alley, the Imperial College was just around the corner. Zhong Bao had lived for more than 30 years, but this was the first time he made a mistake. He was dressed like a country bumpkin and bought 3 big houses at once. The house on Vermilion Bird Avenue was difficult to buy, as almost all the people who lived there were relatives of the emperor. The 2 houses on Xuanwu Avenue and Chang'an Avenue were priceless. Where did this group of people come from? Little Jing Kong didn't understand what a house deed was. Jiyu Jiao explained to him that it was a very precious thing, and it was proof that he owned a house. He decisively put all the house deeds in front of Jiyu Jiao. Give them all to Jiao Jiao. Little Jing Kong's home was wherever there was a Jiao Jiao. Jiyu Jiao had already accepted his zither, so she couldn't accept his house deed anymore. In the end, Jiyu Jiao proposed to rent the house in Little Jing Kong for 30 taels of silver a month. Little Jing Kong said seriously, I don't want Jiao Jiao to pay me. Jiyu Jiao patted his little head and said, your brother-in-law will pay you. Little Jing Kong thought seriously, if my brother-in-law pays me, I'll pay Jiao Jiao. There's nothing wrong with that. Both parties asked Zhong Bao to be the guarantor and signed a house rental contract. This was little Jing Kong's first time doing business, so he took this matter seriously. Not only did he sign the contract, but he also put a stamp on it. The premium was 30% of the first month's rent, which was 9 taels of silver. This was a lifetime guarantee, and he had to come to the site to terminate the contract after the lease ended. We'll pay half of the premium, Zhong Bao said with a smile. Do you have any money? Xiao Liulang looked at little Jing Kong calmly. Little Jing Kong was in a dilemma. He didn't have any money. This was a story that was even sadder than sad. But soon, he thought of a solution. I'll deduct it from your first month's rent. Xiao Liulang was annoyed and amused at the same time. The little monk was quite smart in business. It was a 2-sectioned house with a front yard. There were some bamboos planted in the yard. There were 2 rooms in the first row, a study room, and a kitchen. After passing through the hall, there was a backyard. There was an osmanthus tree in the backyard, and behind the osmanthus tree were 3 rooms. Just like when they were in the village, little Jing Kong and Xiao Liulang shared a room, and the rest of them each had their own room. The house wasn't very big, but it had good lighting. Most importantly, it was not only close to the Imperial College, but also to several private schools. This undoubtedly solved the problem of Jiyu Yang and the rest of them going to school. Hearing that they still had to go to school, Jiyu Yang and Jiyu Xiaoshan were a little dumbfounded. Didn't we drop out of school? The 2 asked in unison. Jiyu Jiao opened a suitcase and said, "We did drop out in the county town, but we have to continue after coming to the capital. You are still young, what are you going to do if you don't go to school?" The two's faces were ashen. They were happy all the way, but were they happy for nothing? Also, what do you mean by we are still young? You don't seem to be old either. The furniture in the house was complete, but it had accumulated a lot of dust due to the lack of people living in it for a long time. The few of them simply cleaned up the few rooms and moved in first. The courtyard and the kitchen would be slowly cleaned up later. The pots and pans would also be bought tomorrow morning. Dinner was steamed buns bought from outside, and they ate them with the pickled vegetables brought by Jiyu Jiao. The capital was colder than the county town. Jiyu Jiao could already feel the coldness of the winter moon on an October night. This was not like the countryside, where they could go to the mountains to chop firewood. They had to go to the market to buy firewood and charcoal. Everyone was exhausted from the bumpy journey. When they returned to their rooms, they fell asleep. Little Jing Kong was lying on his back next to Xiao Liulang, snoring evenly. Xiao Liulang was not sleepy at all. He finally returned here. "Aheng, Teacher Zhuang's class is too difficult. Let's go out and play, okay? Aheng, this little rabbit is injured. Let's bring it home, okay? Aheng, I want to eat dates. Can you go to the tree and pick them for me? Aheng, can you go and buy Osmanthus cake for me? Aheng, can you die for me?" Chapter 121. Jiyu Jiao woke up before dawn. After washing up, she went to feed the chickens in Little Jing Kong. The chicks had grown into big chickens and would occasionally crow. If no one woke up, they would stop crowing. There was a small market nearby. It was in a different direction from the Imperial College, so it was faster to walk there. Jiyu Jiao carried her basket and went to the small market. "Steamed buns, fresh and delicious steamed buns," a hawker shouted. Jiyu Jiao walked over and asked, "How much is one steamed bun?" The hawker saw the birthmark on her face, but he didn't show any strange expression. He was indeed from the capital and didn't find it strange. The hawker smiled and said, "One big meat steamed bun is 3 copper coins, 2 brown sugar steamed buns are 3 copper coins. How many do you want?" The steamed buns were very big and one was enough to fill him up. Jiyu Jiao took out the food box from the small basket and said, 8 meat steamed buns and 4 sugar steamed buns. They ate the meat steamed buns and the sugar steamed buns in Little Jing Kong. She didn't know if 4 steamed buns could fill him up. The little guy's appetite was a bit shocking. "Okay. That's a total of 30 copper coins. I'll give you a steamed bun." The hawker packed the steamed buns for Jiyu Jiao. "Thank you." Jiyu Jiao paid and went to buy pots, bowls, ladles, basins, and other kitchen utensils. Then, she bought firewood. The firewood in the capital was not cheap. A bundle of firewood cost 10 copper coins. According to their firewood burning speed, they could burn for about 2 to 3 days. Jiyu Jiao asked for 2 bundles of firewood and asked how much charcoal was sold. The hawker selling firewood said, "Do you want black charcoal or silver charcoal? Black charcoal is 5 copper coins per catty and silver charcoal is 20 copper coins per catty. Silver charcoal is so expensive." The hawker selling firewood laughed and said, "Silver charcoal is very useful." This was the truth. Black charcoal was not only not resistant to burning, but it was also very smoky. In comparison, silver charcoal was more resistant to burning and didn't smoke. In the end, Jiyu Jiao bought 100 catty of silver charcoal for 17 copper coins per catty. The peddler drove the mule cart and personally delivered the firewood and silver charcoal to the door. Xiao Liulang had already woken up and cleaned the kitchen. He was now cleaning the backyard. His movements were very light and did not wake anyone up. "Morning," Jiyu Jiao greeted. "Morning." Xiao Liulang nodded. Jiyu Jiao directly asked the peddler to move the firewood and silver charcoal to the kitchen. After the peddler left, Jiyu Jiao walked over and took the broom from Xiao Liulang's hand. I'll do it. You go and tidy up the box. This time, Jiyu Jiao, Old Madam, Jiyu Yang, and Jiyu Xiaoshun didn't have much luggage. On the contrary, Xiao Liulang and little Jing Kong had several big suitcases full of luggage. Xiao Liulang mainly brought books, while little Jing Kong brought back things from the temple. Of course, there were also his 7 chicks. Okay. Xiao Liulang turned around and went to the study. After a while, Jiyu Jiao brought 2 steaming big meat buns to him. You eat first. I'll cook some millet porridge. Have you eaten? Xiao Liulang stopped her. Not yet. Jiyu Jiao shook her head. She wanted to say that she could eat while she was cooking the porridge. Unexpectedly, Xiao Liulang pushed the plate forward and said, then let's eat together. Jiyu Jiao thought for a while and said, okay. Since there were more people in the family, the two hadn't eaten alone for a long time. The last time was at the inn in town, but that was more than half a year ago. The two sat face to face, as if they had returned to the early days. Jiyu Jiao laughed. What are you laughing at? Xiao Liulang asked. Jiyu Jiao held the big meat bun in her hand and said, I'm laughing at the first time I asked you to eat. Did you think that I poisoned it and didn't dare to eat it? I didn't. Xiao Liulang flatly denied. Jiyu Jiao suddenly leaned over and stared at his handsome face. Now you're not afraid that I poisoned it. Is it because you trust me too much? While Jiyu Jiao was feeling complacent, she saw Xiao Liulang looking at the bun in his hand with a complicated expression. Then, he took Jiyu Jiao's bun and gave his bun to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao was speechless. After the two finished eating breakfast, the rest of the family was still asleep. Xiao Liulang had to report to the Imperial College. Jiyu Jiao estimated that they would sleep until noon, so she sent Xiao Liulang to the Imperial College. The Imperial College officially started school in late October. Nowadays, there were many supervisors coming to report. Some were from the capital, while others, like Xiao Liulang, had come from other places. The regular supervisors of the Imperial College didn't need to pay tuition. All expenses were paid by the Imperial Court, including the supervisors' dormitories and meals. These were all paid for by the Imperial Court. Xiao Liulang could go back today after reporting to the Academic Affairs Office. Of course, if he wanted, he could stay at the Imperial College to study. The Imperial College had the largest library in the entire Zhao Kingdom. Otherwise, it wouldn't have become the holy land that all scholars dreamed of. Jiyu Jiao was waiting for him outside the Imperial College. Jiyu Jiao felt that the heavy traffic in front of her was very refreshing. So this was the capital. It was really different from the county town. The roads were much wider, and several carriages would pass by from time to time. Most of the girls on the road were wearing veils. There were very few girls like Jiyu Jiao who showed their faces in public. Jiyu Jiao was engrossed in watching when the crowd suddenly surged in one direction. Everyone stood on both sides of the street and looked in one direction. Jiyu Jiao wasn't standing far from the street. She was pushed to the side and someone stepped on her foot. Ah, I'm sorry. The culprit hurriedly apologized to Jiyu Jiao. It was a boy dressed as a scholar, but whether it was her appearance or her deliberately lowered voice, it was clear that she was a girl. His features were delicate and pretty. I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. The girl dressed as a boy cupped her hands and bowed to Jiyu Jiao. Jiyu Jiao didn't take it to heart. She moved back to give way. However, the people behind her didn't give her a chance to move. She was stuck in the middle of the crowd and couldn't move forward or backward. The little scholar kept trying to squeeze forward, but she was too weak and couldn't get to the front. She gave up resisting and wiped the sweat from her forehead. She asked Jiyu Jiao, Miss, what happened to your face? Jiyu Jiao calmly said, birthmark. Ah. The little scholar hurriedly covered her mouth. I thought it was rouge. I'm sorry. Jiyu Jiao didn't care about her unintentional offense. She felt apologetic. It was bad enough that she bumped into her, but she also stepped on her foot and said the wrong words that poked her sore spot. Sigh. There wasn't a day that she didn't offend people. The little scholar looked at Jiyu Jiao and said, "Miss, you're not from the capital, right? Your accent doesn't sound like it." Jiyu Jiao replied, "Yes." The little scholar continued, "Did you also come here to see the crown prince consort?" Jiyu Jiao asked strangely, "What consort?" The little scholar's almond eyes widened. "The crown prince consort? You came here so early because you heard that the crown prince consort came back from praying and was going to pass by the directorate, right?" Jiyu Jiao shook her head. "I don't know the crown prince consort. I don't want to see her." The little scholar took a cold breath. Who came to see her because they know her? Can common people like us know the crown prince consort? Don't we all want to see her from afar because we heard of her and admire her? Jiyu Jiao said seriously, "I have never heard of her and don't admire her." "Are you from the Zhao kingdom? You have never heard of the crown prince consort?" The little scholar's voice was unusually loud and caused the people in the surroundings to look at them. Everyone looked at Jiyu Jiao in disbelief. Clearly, like the little scholar, they found it strange that there was someone in the world who didn't know the crown prince consort of the Zhao kingdom. Chapter 122. Jiyu Jiao hadn't heard of it before, and she wasn't interested either. However, Xiao Liulang hadn't come out yet, so she had no choice but to wait on the spot and listen to the little girl's chatter for a while. Xiao Liulang went to the directorate's Ming Xian Hall. He didn't need anyone to lead the way as he was familiar with the place. His walking stick attracted the attention of many supervisors. He straightened his back and calmly walked past a bunch of strange gazes. Ming Xian Hall was the directorate's academic affairs office. Every day, there would be supervisors coming here to wait for supervisors from all over the country to report. Today, the supervisor of Ming Xian Hall was a supervisor with the surname Gao, as well as two supervisors with the surname Wang and Shu. "All right, follow Supervisor Shu to the dormitory. School will start at the end of October. If you have nothing to do, you can go to the library first." "Thank you." A supervisor from another place walked out of Ming Xian Hall under Supervisor Shu's lead. Gao Shuezheng lowered his eyes and sorted out the supervisor's information. Next, a slender jade-like hand placed an admission document in front of him. This hand was a bit too good-looking. Gao Shuezheng subconsciously raised his head and was shocked by the other party's appearance. Offer what? Libation? Gao Shuezheng suddenly realized that he had made a fool of himself. Little Chancellor had long passed away, so how could the person in front of him be him? It was just that they looked too similar at first glance, which caused him to lose his composure. However, upon closer inspection, they didn't look alike. The young Chancellor was a gentle youth. His eyes were always filled with a smile that made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Furthermore, there was a mole under his right eye. Not only did the person in front of him not have that mole, he also didn't have a gentle and bright temperament. Even his eyes were cold. Gao Shuezheng was secretly annoyed that he had almost mistaken the person for someone else because he was too tired recently. He composed himself and sat down to pick up the document. Xiao Liulang? Someone from Clear Spring Village? His surname was also Xiao. Could they be relatives? Soon, Gao Shuezheng shook his head in self-mockery. How could Marquis Xian Ping's mansion have a relative from a small village? Gao Shuezheng then said, "Your results are not bad. You're a top scorer from Yu Prefecture, and was directly recruited. School will officially start on the 27th of October. Once school starts, you'll be assigned to different classes." Don't be complacent just because you're a top scorer. There are many top scorers in the Imperial College, and you'll soon realize that you're just one of them. Don't run around for the time being. Go to the library and read more books, understand? Although he had said those words to deal a blow to Xiao Liulang, He had not said so much to the person who had recommended him. It was obvious that he had his eye on the top scorer. However, he had seen a lot of things. Many people who were number one in their local area were immediately defeated when they came to the Imperial College. He still hoped to give the other party a warning. After all, it was not easy for a small village to produce a top scorer. Gao Shuezheng wanted to arrange for Xiao Liulang to stay in the same dormitory as the other top scorers, but was rejected by Xiao Liulang. "I'll stay outside." "Why?" Gao Shuezheng was puzzled. "The dormitory won't charge you any money. You'll be able to focus on your studies if you stay in the Imperial College. The capital is filled with flowers. A poor kid like you who hasn't seen much of the world will easily be led astray." Gao Shuezheng had a sharp tongue. If not, he would not have remained a small official in the Imperial College for so long. However, he was not a bad person. Xiao Liulang said calmly, "It won't affect my studies." Gao Shuezheng sighed, "All right then. If you don't stay in the Imperial College, you'll have to come back 3 days later to collect your token." The Imperial College provided free food and lodging, but they could not force the students to stay here. Looking at Xiao Liulang's back, Gao Shuezheng shook his head. What a pity. He had already predicted that Xiao Liulang would be blinded by the prosperity of the capital and abandon himself. From then on, his grades would plummet. When Xiao Liulang walked out of the Imperial College, the talkative little scholar had already been found by his family's servants and left dejectedly. Jiyu Jiao looked at him. "Is it done?" Xiao Liulang nodded. "Yes, I'll come back 3 days later to collect my token from the Imperial College." The two of them returned home side by side. The journey was really short. After coming out of the Imperial College, they took a few steps and turned into the alley where they lived. They lived in the middle of the alley. Not all the houses in the alley were occupied. The environment was quite peaceful. "It's more convenient than going to school in the village," Jiyu Jiao said with a smile. Xiao Liulang nodded and said, "In the afternoon, I'll go take a look at the private school for Jiyu Yang and Xiao Shun. Little Jing Kong will go take the Imperial College's entrance exam. He will take the exam 2 days later than me." Jiyu Jiao smiled and nodded. "Okay, I'll do as you say." After a few words, they arrived home. Jiyu Jiao was very satisfied with this house. The two of them were just about to enter when a horse carriage came from the other side of the alley and stopped in front of their house. The carriage driver pulled on the reins and jumped off the horse. "Excuse me, is this top scorer Xiao's house?" Xiao Liulang saw the insignia on the carriage and his eyes turned cold. Jiyu Jiao asked, "What's wrong? What do you want?" The carriage driver said politely, "It's like this. My housekeeper knew that top scorer Xiao had come to the capital and specially asked me to send some things over. Winter comes early in the capital. Next month, we will start burning charcoal. The carriage is filled with high-quality silver charcoal. There are also some materials and cotton wool, all of which are the warmest. You see, should I directly move the things in for the two of you?" Jiyu Jiao looked at Xiao Liulang. Xiao Liulang's expression was as cold as a knife. Jiyu Jiao said to the carriage driver, "No need, we are not lacking in silver charcoal. We also do not need cotton wool mattresses. Give them to your housekeeper to take back." The carriage driver said awkwardly, but housekeeper Liu said, "No buts. If he tells you to take it back, then take it back." Jiyu Jiao lightly finished speaking and entered the house with Xiao Liulang, closing the courtyard door. The carriage driver finally left. Jiyu Jiao looked at Xiao Liulang. "We just moved here yesterday. Only the Ding and Marquis carriage driver and Zhong Bao know where we live. That housekeeper Liu's information is very fast." Xiao Liulang lightly said, "No need to pay attention to him." Saying this, he turned around and went to the study to organize the books. Jiyu Jiao rubbed her chin. It couldn't be that someone had set their sights on them, right? Who would have the courage to set their sights on her people? The carriage driver drove the carriage out of the alley and came to a corner on the other side. Housekeeper Liu had been waiting for a long time. "How is it?" Housekeeper Liu asked. The carriage driver said, "Young master is not willing to accept it." Housekeeper Liu smiled. This young master is more stubborn than I imagined. The carriage driver asked, should we tell the Marquis? Housekeeper Liu faintly smiled, no need. There is no need to trouble the Marquis over such a small matter. Just wait. He will quickly find out how difficult it is for a commoner to survive in the capital. When that day comes, he will obediently return to the manor. The matriarch and the others really slept until noon. When Jiyu Jiao and Xiao Liulang entered the courtyard, Jiyu Yang and the other two were soullessly squatting by the well to wash their faces. There was a public well near the alley, but there was also a well in the manor. This saved them the trouble of fetching water from the outside. The millet porridge in the kitchen was ready. The beggars used the same trick to lure the chickens with big meat buns, but the 7 chickens didn't move. The 2 beggars simply grabbed the chickens with their hands. Little Jingkong was only a 3-year-old child, so no one paid any attention to him. Even more so, no one paid any attention to the 7 half-grown chickens, but when the 2 beggars rushed over, the 7 chickens suddenly flapped their wings and jumped up. They were no longer little chicks that couldn't even jump over the threshold. They could jump as high as half a person, and it was only because the 2 beggars were short. The 7 chicks jumped onto their shoulders and pecked at their heads. The 2 beggars let out a miserable cry. The sack containing the puppy fell from one of the beggars. Little Jing Kong walked over and opened the sack. Xiao Ba. Xiao Ba was angry that the beggars put a sack over his head, so it decided to fight back. Xiao Ba opened its big mouth and bit down. Awoo, it bit its own tail. Little Jing Kong covered his eyes. He couldn't bear to see it. The 2 beggars fell to the ground after being pecked by the 7 chickens, and they ran away. The 7 chickens fluttered their wings and chased after them. They chased them for half a street until Little Jing Kong called them. Only then did they come back valiantly and spiritedly. However, just as they were crossing the street, a carriage sped past. The 6 carriages in front of them all stopped. Only Little 7 did not stop the carriage. Little Jing Kong ran over with his short legs. The coachman might not notice a chicken, but he could still see a child. The horse carriage was too fast, and it was too late to tighten the reins. Seeing that the child's belly was about to be trampled by the horse's hooves, a long whip came, wrapped around Little Jing Kong, and pulled him out of the carriage. The coachman breathed a sigh of relief and continued to move forward. Little Jing Kong was dizzy, and when he came back to his senses, he was sitting in a cold and broad embrace. He looked at the ground, it's so high. The man was sitting on a tall horse, wearing a black brocade robe, holding the reins with one hand and the whip with the other. He held Little Jing Kong in his arms with the other hand. Little Jing Kong blinked his big eyes and looked at him. Thank you. The man looked at the chicken in his arms and said coldly, it's just a chicken. Don't do that again. It's called Little Chi. Little Jing Kong handed the chicken to the man. Where are your parents? The man asked. Little Jing Kong didn't have parents. He was abandoned in the temple when he was a few months old, but Jiao Jiao had parents. He thought for a while, my parents passed away. Orphan? The man frowned. Little Jing Kong shook his head like a rattledrum. I have a Jiao Jiao. The man asked, where do you live? Little Jing Kong pointed, there. The man sent Little Jing Kong home. Jiyu Yang and the others were in the backyard, and Jiyu Jiao was in the front yard. She had just finished plowing the ground and was using the firewood that Jiyu Xiaoshun chopped to make a fence. She was wearing the clothes that she used to work in the village, and it was very simple. Jiao Jiao. I was almost hit by a horse carriage just now, and this big brother saved me. Little Jing Kong held the man's hand and walked into the yard. Jiyu Jiao put down the firewood in her hand and raised her sweaty head to look at the man. The man was tall and strong, and his facial features were cold and resolute. His aura was somewhat unapproachable. However, Jiyu Jiao didn't know if it was her illusion, but she felt that he looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.